Making sure the shit goes up like it's supposed
Oh, cool. I basically went to another... I went to another kiosk. Buy some ammo over here.
Ayo! Hey! Nice. It's working. Oh, 20% team experience.
Mm-hmm.
Plus 3 grit, plus 2 defense, minus 16% team recharge delay.
Oh,
It's just a really good mod.
it's a pretty good one, yeah.
I'm gonna get it.
You gonna use it?
Yeah. So I'm actually gonna use this one directly to replace the current.
Okay.
I'm gonna junk the other one though.
Can I warp with this one? Nah. No reason to do that. That was wasteful.
Unfortunate. It happens so.
You want to jump out? No, just jump over. Just jump over the one side.
Ow. I have booze and ice cream.
Alright. I want to work. Never mind. We're gonna be in the car.
Alright.
We don't have a direct warp, so I'm just gonna use the where is this turn? What can I do? I guess I just gotta, like, do it.
It's back there.
There you go.
Oh. I may have saved that bandit's life by shooting him.
No, I got the kill off.
Okay.
Nice. I don't have any wood near me. I won't say it.
Oh.
Look at the over.
You gotta go down.
Yeah.
Whatever do you mean? I have a wood desk, so I can knock on wood for you.
Yeah, we got wood. We've been driving so far very...
Okay, I'm knocking on wood for that.
You know? Okay, there's you just... We can't. Yeet. Oh, there's already a thing here.
I didn't believe in you.
How rude. I do think we need to get off. But...
Yeah, we do now.
My one weakness. Can't jump. That's not fun. Oh, they have two.
A missile and a Gatling.
Alright, cool. I'm running at the missile and the Gatling, I guess. Damn. I did get rid of the rocket. Can you help me out, please? Thank you.
On your feet, soldier.
That was annoying.
All right.
Let's teach them a lesson!
Pick stuff up. I might be able to take out one of these turrets on us.
The enemy walked away from me.
Damn.
You do realize you fuck me over when you run away from me, right?
Sorry.
Can't be that sorry because you keep fucking doing it.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Nailed it!
I got a gun superiority.
I feel better already.
Give me that sweet, sweet cash. Gun chest.
Oh, really? Cool.
It's like Christmas.
Ooh. Nice, that was a good initial beat. Pretty fifties.
First aid
Oh.
kit. You won't regret it.
It just didn't show up.
What?
The containers.
Time to see
Ah.
facilities with all the
Ooh, that'd be weird.
74 grenade proximity mod. That's level 28. What level are we right now?
27.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, and the purple upgrades to ammo
Bigger.
if you have it.
Bigger upgrade decks, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're expensive as shit, though.
Yep, but I'm buying them.
I cannot afford any of them right now. They're 60k a pop.
Yep.
Marcus, give me a discount. The words you will never hear in your lifetime.
Oh, the words you hear before you get shot by Marcus.
Yeah. Discount, I'll give you one. It's called you're dead. And I take your
Yeah.
guns.
No, he gave you a bullet for free.
Here's a pre-lead sample.
Uh-huh. You gotta know what you're working with.
Proceeds to shoot you in the foot. Is a good pistol now?
Yep. I love
It's
that.
a surcharge. I literally fell through the fucking floor.
Cool, dude. Don't worry, I can stay alive for a good while. Hey, what up?
Maybe I'll just watch them.
Ah. Ah. Oh man, I reload stuff my SMG so quickly, I love it. Gun chest! What do I not wait for a chest? I think I'm gonna get attacked by something over here. It looks like it.
Guaranteed.
I've
Ah,
never seen
dope.
anything like this.
Rockabye.
Nice.
That's actually a pretty damn good rock.
This is definitely a higher level area.
Oh shit, this is a ×4 like shock rocket launcher.
Nice. 4-shot?
No, it's like ×4 elemental chance, so it's a very high chance of shocking things.
Oh, that's basically almost guaranteed.
Yeah, and it deals about 800, so 784.
That's pretty solid.
Yeah.
The accuracy kind of sucks.
Nah, I was actually shooting at the midget next to it.
Ah.
I was doing every like.
I think there's a badass over there.
Its accuracy is actually 90, which is pretty good.
Oh. It looked like whatever you shot at, like, you just, like, completely whiffed at first. I guess I just didn't see the midget.
Yeah, you didn't see the midget because after the 2 shots he's dead. I was happy with it. Where are you? There you are.
I'm really good at this.
What's the reload speed on it, then?
My reload speed on my SMG is just the normal reload speed for an SMG.
What's your rocket launcher?
Oh, my rocket launcher. Oh, it shoots at like 0.5. It's slow.
Yeah, that's pretty slow.
Oh, I have two shots in. I don't know how I got 2 shots into this. All right, well, I got two rockets in this thing. It shoots pretty slow, but it deals a good amount of damage.
Aw, does that hurt?
Ah, I love my SMG.
It's funny, that Jacob shotgun, I still have it.
So do I. It's still my shotgun.
It's still a great shotgun.
Not a grenade.
Enjoying your break? Get up.
I sent him off the cliff.
You pushed me off the cliff.
Push you off the cliff?
Yep, but don't worry, I can take care of this.
Here, have a turret.
So greatly appreciated with the turret down here. I was running out of health.
And now you get more ammo.
I needed more ammo. I go through SMG bullets so fast.
I'm sure. It's like me with my combat rifle. I'd go through that ammunition.
I mean, I'm so glad I have like 1,080 to like capacity.
It's him.
Haha. He's done what everyone wants.
Mm-hmm.
Is he really the bad guy? I am fucking. Look at all that, people.
No, he's my hero. Somehow I died and was revived instantaneously.
Don't know how. That's weird.
It was.
Yes, feel it.
Oh, we're still getting shot at.
That'll be a constant for this.
Alright, catch us over there.
Ow.
Oh, someone with a shotgun. Oh. Someone with a grenade launcher. Not a grenade launcher. Fucking rocket launcher. Ah. I'll get there. I'm not having
Wait, you still waking up?
No. I've been up for. Oh God! He's shooting us this stupidly good rocket. Bad. Alright. Let's see. Can I? There you go. No.
Quit playing around. Let's
Gotcha.
move.
I'm just doing this for some. Yeah, morning.
Hated this shithole planet anyway.
Oh. What is this? Ooh, wow, that's just. I could look it for a replacement to the caustic. Ooh! That's dope.
You found another piece of the key without my help. Or did you? I'm always watching you, friend.
Angel, that's really fucking creepy. No offense. That's really fucking creepy. And to be honest, you should take all the offense to that. It's still really fucking creepy.
Oh, hey, this is the you're alive. Everything good?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
What up?
It's perfectly fine.
What?
I'm just gonna use a higher level shield. I think the Pee-wee shield kind of sucks at this point.
Oh, wait. Come over here. No, you give it to me.
I haven't thrown it away or anything. I'm just switching out shields, that's all. I'm happy to give it to you. You can die multiple times to this.
Alright, here's what I'm gonna give you. You probably like that one better.
Yeah, that's good. It's got a higher cap than what I had.
We'll see how this works.
I want to see how this feels. It's not that good.
Where you going?
Am I going?
Yeah.
Or it's you?
Okay, cool.
There's not really anywhere else to go.
Yeah. I'm just started going one way and I'm like, I don't know you could go that way, but maybe you see something. There's some hidden areas.
I see dead people. I see trees of green. Lots of corpses too.
Oh, maybe spawn back over here.
Target hit.
My shield didn't actually break during that fire.
Mm-hmm.
Which is weird. It does have a very quick actual recharge rate, not as quick as my earlier one. I don't know. It's weird. Let's see. Should be good.
Bullseye! Critical hit!
Got yourself another class mod?
Yep, Tactician class mod, 31% shield recharge rate, plus 2 to defense.
Huh.
Man, it loves to give me class mods. That is now number 7, by the way, in class mods.
Are you still holding all of them?
Just the purples.
Okay. Fair enough.
But I have 4 purples. They're all different ones, too.
You did also buy some.
Oh yeah, the majority of them I bought, but I've gotten like 7 drops of class mods. Only one of them was purple. It gives me a lot of blues and green class mods.
Oh.
Don't need a medic now. Ammo count black. Come on, little one. Time to die.
Alright, we just leveled up.
Pay more attention next time.
Well, maybe, Lilith, if you didn't let the badass fucking raider get in front of me. And
I
beat
killed
my
the
fucking
bruiser, and then I killed the badass instead of picked you up. We're all good.
I got something for you.
You're right, this is too little of shield to really comfortably live right in this, like, area.
It is painfully low.
Anyone need help?
Nailed it. Oh yeah, that was all me.
I'm supposed to look pretty good. Oh, I need to stand with you for a bit. Oh, more of just like with your turret when you throw it down, instead of running ahead.
Oh, it's almost like I keep telling you that.
Yeah, I kind of want some ammo right now, so like, I'll listen to you now. Ah, this is nice. Oh, that's welcoming. That's pretty good now. I'm still expending more than makes sense.
Yes, feel it.
I don't care that that gun fell down.
Mm-hmm.
It was a white. Oh, fuck me. It literally jumped me short instead of jumping me to the thing like I wanted. I hate it.
Don't worry, I was able to get it.
I hate it here. Alright, I'll repair him.
Cool.
I am right here. Storage!
Right this way.
Oh, he's got something for us.
Oh? Where's it going?
Please open the box.
This'll help.
Woo! Oh, there's a sport on over there. Money like that.
Thank you, sir. You're a good claptrap. I won't kill you yet.
Oh, more backpack space.
We haven't found all the meat.
Mm-hmm. Still working on it. Oh, more people over here. And that looks like a person behind you.
found a class mod for Siren. It's a plague
Oh?
bearer. It's only a
Ooh.
green.
Yeah.
Venom
if you
mind
wanna
game
spell it.
skill.
If you want to sell it, go ahead.
I will. Being as I cannot use it in any of the characters I have thus far.
Yeah. It doesn't sound attractive to me. So. Yeah. Where? Yeah. You coming?
I'm coming. I had to walk all the way back up.
Oh yeah, that's right. You fell.
I jumped
off.
down.
See a health bar.
I dropped down like, you know, Budweiser stock.
Indeed.
Took a hard fall.
Probably will come back. Oh, we'll be alright. Still left away.
Keep 'em coming.
Ooh. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Woo! Another one bites the dust.
Now this is loot. Battle forgot.
Oh my god, it's at my SMG proficiency at 14.
Nice.
Oh, found Weaver.
Wait, that was it?
Nice.
It's dead?
Sweet. Wasn't expecting that.
You have a chest in there. Maybe? Anything else over here? We got that. Oh, there's a chest. Can't pick that up, so if you can, go ahead. Let's get out of here.
Give me a sec though, look at this thing.
Sure.
That's pretty good.
No?
I lose an element for it, but eh. I think it's fine.
Is this a story mission? This is an option. Okay. Yeah. Oh! We went right to it.
Listen, you somehow managed to not die and get my alien artifact back for that crumb. You keep it the hell away from me. Bury it, give it to Tannis, build an orphanage out of it. I don't care. Do not bring it back to me.
Let's bring it back to him. Just to piss him off. A contact electrical grenade.
Medjack. Yeah, Medjack kind of sucks. It's pretty good, but kind of sucks.
If you find that your gun just doesn't hold enough bullets, then SNS has the solution. More bullets. All SNS guns have extended magazines.
Oh, SNS ammunitions. Yeah, they didn't go on to the next game.
Alright, we headed out.
Yeah. Yeah, so is there a... Do we have a catch rod nearby? Yeah, we do. Alright. Catch a rod. It was right underneath that. The mighty board area.
Let's get out of here.
Let's get you rolling.
Okay. Going in on?
I got the ride.
Not directly in front. Oh, look! You just went directly in front.
Yeah, but there's a block here.
I should have bought ammo.
That's on you.
That is on me.
Another notch on my weapon.
The amount of scurrying.
That is awesome.
That's it. This is amazing.
Oh? I found a revolver with
I
a
feel
shit
better
ton of
already.
ammo in it? Oh, and it's really strong. Oh, that's nice.
I'm fairly certain they just spawn forever.
Hey, Ethan, look at this. Look at this gun. You don't get to keep this gun. I want this gun, but look at this gun.
Now this is loot.
Damn.
Yeah. That's a revolver you'd like for an order gun.
Well, at least you have one less complaint about ammo.
I have something solid. I mean, I always have a shotgun too. That's still the infinite ammo.
It's
I
two
see.
orange weapons that you have now.
Would you like them? I think you passed over the shotgun.
Yeah, I did, because I didn't want it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I still took it because I was like, that's still good to have. A shotgun to regenerate your ammo. Are you fighting back there?
It's killing bugs.
Oh, you just running them over?
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah. Help me just slam into them. That's cool.
Asthma.
Do they keep, I thought they keep spawning. Oh, I wanted to take those. Alright, time to buy some SMG bullet rounds.
Hi there.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Combines good damage, high fire rate,
I'll just walk
and
over
recoil
there.
reduction into one lethal weapon. I should get you right
Hi there. Hi there.
Do we have missions on this menu board? We do.
Hello! There are new missions available at the Middle of Nowhere bounty board.
I think those literally just came up.
What we should do?
The best defense is not a good offense. It's a good defense. So get yourself a shield. Don't be shy now. Come on, catch a ride.
How far?
Yeah.
Not too far down.
Kill count.
I've never seen anything like
Oh.
this.
It's worse than mine, so if you want to try.
Feel it!
Arena time.
Okay, is there actually good stuff down there
Oh, you know that hurt.
we'll be able to sell? Yeah, I think so. Oh no, it's right here. What? That's cool. Let's poke on it. I still like looking at a thing that says, "Oh, you could." I know you won't. You don't have.
My weapons.
Ooh.
Hmm.
Always looks nice. Ooh, I definitely will need to buy SMG bullets. So I just shoot for them. They're great.
Mm-hmm.
First aid kit. You won't regret it.
Ready?
Yeah, hold on real quick. I want to check something. Oh yeah, just the Jacob's shotgun is so much better than the infinite ammo shotgun. Yeah, that's why we don't use the infinite ammo shotgun as the primary.
Mm-hmm.
That is awesome.
Is there no end to my power?
Oh, leveled up.
Your grenades should do more than just explode. Customize your grenades with a new mod
Levels, and then I
today.
can get Phoenix. And then I just, once I kill things, then I put out fire damage.
Who needs a real doctor?
And I
You
have
got
changed my
machines and they're
ammo,
scary
but just
needles.
fire damage is the best part of that. Of course, when I stop the inventory, it changes. Oh no, that was before.
Don't know who to trust? You can always trust the gun at your side.
Do I
If
actually
you need
use
healing,
that?
step right up.
Or okay.
All the latest and greatest in high-powered weaponry and gear sold right here for your convenience. Going up against a bedrock opponent, you need a better gun.
Ready?
I'm just looking at this mod I was seeing in the in Dr. Zed's for the Berserker, and I was just like, do I wanna do that? 'Cause it gives plus 44% team maximum health, two to safeguard, which is increase to shields, 3 to harden, which is a bigger increase to maximum health. 2 to die hard, which is further along, and 4 team health generation, just a straight team health regeneration. Pretty good. I actually don't have enough money, but it looks big. Sorry.
Very much. Left side, badass.
got the attention of the bruiser with the fucking rocket launcher. Oh, hell yeah. We have a fucking colorless rocket launcher? Yeah, it's still slow. Yeah. Mediocre.
Lucky I'm putting more into support right now.
Yeah, I need to go back to. Do I have? I don't have a regeneration right now, so I'm just. The only regeneration I got.
Get your minutes here.
That's decent.
Comes getting proactive. Regenerator, or even easier.
That'll get me
Get
in.
yours right here. Even the best gunman gets hit from time to time, so make sure your shield is up to par.
Sorry. You want to do that? If I can get you up, I'm gonna be super surprised. Damn. Oh god, this is worse.
We keeping score here.
Don't make me have to do this.
I'm down.
Nice to see that. At least it's midgets.
Damn. Does I gotta get your way where you shooting me?
Who needs a real doctor when you got my machines in there scaring needles?
You know what you did.
Lads are the best armed mercs out there. You need something better.
Maybe not that time. Just focus on the bruiser and like pick you up. Yeah.
Like I said, you know what you did.
I thought you also should. Alright, there's always in the back. Remember in the back. Right here. Isn't there always a shit? I hope we're not gonna get caught behind the back.
It's on the other one.
Pay more attention next time.
Not looking in the right spot. Oh, there you go. Kidding me? Oh yeah, you are shit. Alright, hold on. I just need to. There you are. There's a badass over there.
And you faceplant right into him.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just a flesh wound.
See a health box.
Quit fucking moving!
Nah. He's working out fine.
This is amazing.
Cough out. See, look how healthy I am.
I'm gonna kill you by not healing you.
Alright, apparently there's a dude around here that we just haven't.
I haven't seen the midgets. I
No,
feel
we-
like they get stuck.
We killed some of most of them. I'm fairly certain we were supposed to have two big guys, and we didn't get two big guys.
I got two, yeah. The turret isn't detecting anything.
Alright, well. Here's one way we can at least do something decent before we fucking have to start this again. Come down here.
Think you can take me?
Think you can take me?
Ah, shit!
You think you got what it
Nope,
takes?
that won't open it up. Fuck. But yeah.
Fight you.
Punch your weight class.
Alright, we do that. Pull this aim at the head. Alright, it's still not letting us get out.
Yeah, it got stuck.
Can't do this. Alright, let me die. Okay. Oh,
Remember, you can always count on Marcos for the best guns around.
big old mouth. Alright, that sucks.
Well, you know, don't be stupid.
Fuck you.
Maybe stick near me, so I
No,
can
fuck
fucking healing you.
No, I'm doing alright. You know, I'm a strong, independent woman. Need no man right now.
Yeah, because you keep dying.
I think I keep living. I keep coming out of the new U station, so living.
I didn't know you were a Marvel character now. Your only talent is existing in Marvel.
I'm doing a bit more. I'm noob tubing. If we no, come more.
Stay there. Ah, damn it. He's behind you.
He's not shooting me yet. Oh god. Oh god. Alright. We got rid of one of them. Can you shoot him?
He's not there. There he
Another
goes.
one bites the dust.
Can you pick me up? Thank you.
Walk it off.
Oh shit, I'm at 15. My
like
axe is
Christmas.
getting so good.
Someone always has the upper hand. Make sure it's you. First aid kit. You won't regret it.
I found a new rocket launcher that's so much more worth it.
Oh?
605 damage, 91 accuracy, 4 times elemental effect.
Ooh, what is it?
Fire.
Oh, hell yeah.
Do you want my triple launcher?
Nah, I've got something better.
Yeah, that's what I assume. I'm gonna junk it. Oh, funny enough, I got another triple launcher.
Nice.
Only buy the best. If the vault is real, you'll be able to afford it.
Alright. That was painful.
Well, got through it. Got through it all.
If you want to get to the vault first, you're gonna need to eliminate the competition. If you need healing, step right up. Are you about ready to get rolling?
Enough walking.
Alright, we gotta go up to the junkyard now,
Mounting up.
so we can go to Earl.
Keep shooting. You looking to get shot?
No, but you were. The dude said, "Are you looking to get shot?" And I just like, alright.
Yeah.
Keep them coming. Hurry up, let's go.
All right, heals.
Guns.
That is awesome.
Guns? Guns.
The SNS philosophy is tech plus ammo capacity equals highway.
Really? It fucking tabbed out while I was in the screen and threw a grenade.
I was wondering why you threw a grenade.
It's really fast. Landolph has your needs covered.
Still doing it?
Yeah. And I think it's just gonna forever keep doing this.
Until you upgrade your card?
I'm pretty sure.
Do you have to change everything if you upgrade the card, or you could just slot out a new card?
I could just slot in a new card and it'll probably fix the problem. But I also need to probably get a new SSD to go with this thing because it's just been a pain in the ass.
Yeah. Oh, oh no.
Answering somebody a question.
That's not good.
Or Mechwarrior 5 mods. Yee!
Not good. No, I want.
What you want?
I just keep getting better.
Level 30!
Ha!
Nice.
What you want? What you want?
Alright, we're done here now. So, let's go. Oh, let's go back now. Not that way. Unless you just want to kill things.
I can just kill things so you can go back to the entrance.
Okay, it's not going to be that long though.
I know. But I can certainly try.
Okay.
Oh, there's a gun chest.
I tried to stop it, but I do want to go back over.
It's too late now.
No, it's never too late.
I tried to stop it.
Alright, we're gonna teleport warp. So that'll just take us. It was the same place. Just now we're gonna be in front of Catch a Rat. Right? Yeah, Catch a Rat. Ooh.
I was named after my sister. Hey, come get you some wheels.
So we need to go through that one.
Who needs a real doctor when you got my machines
Ooh,
and
that's right,
they're
it's a
scary
custom rocket
needles?
flying.
Want to make a
Shooting
bigger
a lot of
boom?
rocket.
I do love how, like, all the lore for this game is based off the offhand comments that they made.
Forget your ride.
Holy shit, the heavy gunner.
What?
There's a heavy gunner with like a plus 65 magazine size.
That's the one I have already.
Nice. All right, so no, hold on. We're going into the east over there.
Doesn't show it that way.
I just hadn't set it over.
Still shows it.
Has it changed yet?
Showing, like, across the map.
Yep. Remember, you gotta go down. That goes to nowhere. You're gonna kill us. Oh, okay.
Well, to be fair, I can't see the map.
Why can't you see the map?
The mini-map doesn't show.
You should be able to look at the map and then it like fixes itself.
I probably could, but I'm driving.
That hasn't stopped me before.
Well, it's stopping me right now.
You probably should. You are at least going the right way.
Because I have a decent sense of direction.
Pierce was explaining something to me, but I wasn't really.
Candace, you never listen to anybody. That's what makes your character endearing.
Alright, so I think it's. Oh, hey, this thing's open. that. Oh, probably. We could have done that back there. Oopsie doopsie. Also another place. We could go back to, oh no, that Tannis is in a different area. Yeah, let's go to that one. Have problems here?
No, I was just turning around.
You got your mini-map now?
Yeah.
Unfortunate. It's a good shotgun, but not as accurate as the Vlad. Not strong enough to make me need to go the other way.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing good. What's that?
Don't be shy now. Come on, catch a ride.
That way? Alright, good here.
Can you guess what happened there?
You were inspired to make a turn in the most unfathomable reason. Yeah, you
It
tapped
tabbed out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, good here. No, we still gotta go down that way. Yep. Journals.
Oh. I see it now.
Mm-hmm. I just changed it over, so...
It took a moment to pop up.
Okay. Whoop. That little iron. Still, it would entirely stop us as well in real life. You probably just like fucked up the car.
This side, probably.
Oh, it's just back here.
Day 578. I haven't slept in 3 days. I just ate 6 bugs in alphabetical order, starting with Carabus auronitans and ending with a dessert of Tetrix undulata. The information I've uncovered from my automated deciphering has me closing in on the location of this
That's a good amount of money.
event. An event I believe to be the opening of the vault. Echo Recorder and I are not together anymore. But I wish him the best, and we remain friends, so that I can keep recording these messages. He agreed, because we need to complete what we set out to do, and document the intensive search for J666.
Okay,
Sometimes I wish
Not
I
really.
had never been given this assignment. Or come to Pandora. Doll.
Oh, wait, hold on.
The transmission
There is a
says
purple on the
it's
ground.
time to go. Everyone has left. The criminals who they've let loose. They won't be my friends. So I had decided to return to leave as Doll had ordered. But then, I found something. I think it is the key to the vault. It proves the vault is real, and that it's here on Pandora, and that it can be mine.
Check
I
out
also
the
learned that, by my
rifle
calculations,
when we
we are
have the
near the
time.
200th anniversary of the last vault opening. Within half a year, approximately. If I leave now, I will never make it back in time. I will stay. Maybe one of the convicts will be my friend.
Well, to be perfectly frank, I will be your friend, Janice.
Sheldon.
Hello.
Is running over bugs with your car not haram?
Whoa. Shotgun. Which have replaced with your presence. But not with your mic. Probably with some problem. Oh wait, I didn't look at the... Yeah, well. No wait, we didn't even pick up the thing. Alright, let me do this first before I do that. No, that's not that great.
I've been alone for an incalculable amount of time. A convict accidentally crossed over into my encampment this morning, and I allowed him to look about before I shot him in the back several times. I was immediately filled with regret upon doing this, because the human contact, no matter how awkward, would have been nice. I've decided his name was Leslie, and he had a troubled childhood where people would make fun of him for having a girl's name. And the torment eventually led Leslie to a life of crime and debauchery. There was a tattoo on his thumb that looked not unlike the name Patricia. Might have imagined the tattoo. The experience compelled me to move the vault key fragment I found in it. It's safe. It's extremely important, so I've given it to a man known as Crazy Earl. He's not crazy. He doesn't like people. The vault key will be safe with him. I also gave him my underwear. Day 684. I seem to be unable to leave camp anymore. I've collected all of the information I need to be able to find the vault. I'm overcome with terror and instantaneous paralyzation upon any attempt to leave my confines.
Got any
I believe I have some kind of
Done.
psychosis.
Oh,
Whatever it is, I'm a prisoner of my own jail, and I will not be able to find anything without help from an outside party. I will put out feelers to see if I can get someone on this rock to grant me assistance. Perhaps I can send an off-world message to attract some vault hunters. Some company would be lovely.
you foul beast! Why didn't you just run it over? God damn.
Because the car was nearly about to blow up before. So I was letting it heal. I thought it was funny to just kind of beat up on a bug for a little bit.
camp today. I don't know how I got outside, but I seem to have overcome my inability to leave. This will be my last recording before I scatter the echo recordings as far as I can. My echo recorder has clearly gone crazy, and if I'm not careful, I too might go insane. I will come back and resume my research when I have rid myself of this two-timing recorder. This is Patricia Tanis, signing out.
The best defense is not a good offense. It's a good defense. So get yourself a shield.
Bigger and better.
The Crimson Lance got nothing on my weapons.
Nice.
What?
You leveled up.
Oh yeah. Very lucky. I want more ammo too. I shouldn't keep getting supply, but I do.
It's so good though.
It is good, but I don't actually need it right now.
But it's so helpful.
What I should do is finish off my defense first, but
You probably should, but I appreciate it all the same.
I want more ammo.
Hey, that one is over here.
Oh, it's working now.
Makes guns for
Yeah.
professional
Blast
Very
needler.
accurate and
Interesting.
effective, assuming you're strong enough
Oh.
to hold one.
Okay.
That's a good shotgun.
That's a good missile launcher.
Yeah. It's a strong shotgun. It's not a great shotgun. It's not that accurate. Let me pull out my shotgun. I can't remember. Never mind. No. Never mind. Huh.
400% more awesome. Also, torque doesn't make the guns out of freaking wood.
Interfret. How can I help you? Maybe I was wrong about the thought, but I'm sure glad I was. Talk to you later.
Okay. Let me go check the other stuff, but I think I got a new shotgun. It's from Torque.
What can I do for you? See you soon.
Torque combines good damage, high
Alright.
fire rate, and recoil reduction into
Huh?
one lethal weapon. Mali one gun shoot more lightning
Shotgun?
than
You
the
not
next
there?
leading competitor.
No, you haven't fixed it?
Interfret. How can I help you?
I don't want that orange, but I don't know.
Is it an orange?
Be a better shot.
Oh.
It's not.
You just need to shoot
It's just not as accurate as my current one. Like by half. Yeah.
Oh, it's just because it is an enormous clip size.
Mm-hmm.
70 bullets.
It's a lot of bullets.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, how about now? Finally.
Ah! it worked.
Ah, hello, it's your Mr. Shotgun. How are you?
Yeah, he's been trying a couple times.
Yeah, just doing fine. I just the headset decided to keep fucking up on me. It's fine.
Oh,
For some reason,
you figured out the technology. Congratulations.
I just had to bang the rocks together and praise Blake until it happened, I guess.
You know, sometimes you just gotta praise Blake until something happens.
Mounting up.
Well, I swung my spanner. I think it's working. Also, the Geiger counter keeps making funny noises now.
Alright. Canis is
That's-
over here.
Yeah, it's right behind us.
We are playing the original Borderlands.
Oh, cool. Yeah, like
Well,
I said, I would play, but I'm forbidden from playing Borderlands. That's a specific thing. The feedback loop is too strong, I forget that I have a family, and then Beth is mad.
That's fair. It is Borderlands. It is an
It
amazing
is.
set of games.
It's a crazy feedback loop. It is very fun to play. My absolute favorite has always been whatever the Soldier equivalent is.
See, the real trick is to get back Borderlands, you have to just get Beth to play with you.
Good fucking luck.
I'm a very convincing person.
It's less that and more that she doesn't have the constitution for FPSs. I've tried very hard and I've seen her. She just panics. It just doesn't. The moment
Well-
she's shot at, she actually feels visible, real fear. It's like I can't get her to watch Fury or any war movies because the actual realism of bullets is terrifying. She doesn't hate guns by any means, just loud noises and death that comes without you being able to see it or reaction time.
I mean,
It's
has-
Borderlands, so you got a shield. So
have
you have
tried
time to react.
Borderlands 2?
Oh, I know. I would definitely believe for sure that she could play Borderlands. I just don't think she would put the. Yeah, so she's already looking at me and going, no.
Well,
No.
like,
You see,
could play,
we're shitheads, so we're gonna keep
you-
trying until it's
you could
effective.
play Borderlands 2 and play
You could totally
have her
keep
play
trying.
Technomancer.
Yeah, because then you're in a mech half the time.
Well, no, then you just play the
I don't
girlfriend
know.
skill
Honestly,
tree.
Commando was just my go-to. The Gemini turret was just too good to not have.
I always
dude,
played
it's always the
Mechwarrior.
No, Axton is the best.
It's just a. Look,
Can you
in both
grab-
Borderlands 1 and Borderlands 2,
Oh, okay.
the most
'Cause I
meta
did
build
not
is
want to go
whatever you
up there.
do with the
Oh.
turret. That's just it.
Hmm?
Deployables, man.
That's
The
always good.
playables are always great, but I've always been like a tank
Wasn't expecting
soloer.
that.
I'm just gonna grab both of these.
I mean, that is why I really like Psycho in Borderlands 2.
I know, I still love Psycho so much. It's so hard to play
Psycho
so.
the best.
I don't like playing all.
Yeah, I remember
Psycho.
when I was really in deep in playing Borderlands, I made a quick fan deck, just a quick little fan, like, it was my dream of 4 Vault Dwellers. Or not Vault Dwellers, you know what I mean. Vault Hunters. But, my favorite concept was if you could make the Nomad playable, and you just basically make Bad Maw, but instead you're Bad Maw, so you could just throw midgets of varying explosive colors and sizes with a shield. It would just be fun. The concept is legit. You're Bad Maw's big brother. You've come for revenge. It's really simple, but it fits. It's very Borderlands. My best idea, though, was Grim, which was just an old-school gunslinger, but the entire thing is that his gun is a real gun. It's not digistructed. It's one-of-a-kind from Jacobs, and he stole it. And that's why, but it's like a Planet Buster handgun.
You
It's
killed
just
the ugly
ridiculous.
one. I asked Pierce to give you
And
Class
like,
A
it'd be even
clearance,
better
and
if
she
it's like your
declined,
whole
so I
skill
sold
tree
her
is just
robotic
like
arm until
you
she
keep
gave it to
improving the
you.
gun.
You should have little
Well, that's
trouble
it.
moving
The
forward.
skill tree is nothing but the gun, and like building the ammunition, because the idea is the ammunition is just regenerated on cooldown. The implication being you're literally physically building the bullet every time. Because again, this weapon has never been digistructed. It's one of a kind. It's the only one of its kind in the entire universe, and I think that would be interesting as a concept, just playing with the fluff of digistructing. Like, oh no, this gun's not in any mainframe. You can't buy this gun anywhere. This is the gun.
You would have to explain how he keeps it through Digistructs when he dies.
That is a good thing. The best I've come up with is that he has a familiar that's like some weird cat alien that carries it around sometimes.
Or even better, it just gets delivered to him by like Tomahawk cruise missile.
Yeah, or just something, whatever, like, or some drone. But essentially the idea is he was a Jacob's gun hand who went in to find this weapon, and everybody died, including the guy who was holding it, so he just took it, shot the designer with it, and now he has it. And now he's on the run from Jacobs for the rest of his life. but it helps when you have a gun that can kill starships.
Hey,
And,
I earned $1 million.
I completely forgot what the other two were, but yeah, playable nomad, playable fucking just guy with gun, guy with the biggest gun. I think I called it Pale Rider. Anyway, me and my silly shit I wrote when I was 14. I
We all
write
have a
sillier
lot
shit.
of that.
Where are you going?
New Haven.
We still have missions on this map. All of our missions are on this map.
We could go pick up the missions from New Haven.
Oh, alright.
I'll tell you what though, getting back to writing has been very cathartic. So far so good
sure.
on the thing I asked you to help edit. Soon I might actually have something for you to look at.
Oh, cool. I may force down your throat in the opposite direction. Like, here, take this 4 chapters and tell me what you think, because I've been doing nothing but writing while I work.
I would absolutely love to read whatever you got. I'm just really shy about presenting my shit for review, because my formative years of writing fan fiction were marked by getting clowned at by a bunch of Marxists for hours through the admins of the fan fiction website. So I'd just be like, look, I poured my heart and soul into this, but it's shit and reeks of bourgeois mentality.
Wow. Okay.
It's like, I'll at least tell you it's shit or not, but I won't tell you if it's got bourgeois mentality. I'm not the judge there.
So I get it. I was just anyway. There's a reason I feel a certain way about the English.
The English as in the English language, or the English as in the English?
I think you know damn well, considering that I speak American, who I am talking about. Is that, yes, sad tiny island that used to own most of the world, but now is, what, like half the size of New York State?
And basically shoots itself in the foot constantly. They want to ban knives again.
Day. They're not just banning knives, dude. There's so much ridiculous. I think they've banned scissors as well. You can't like actually walk with like paring scissors. Those are considered a stabbing weapon.
Yeah, because you gotta have a license to have scissors. That's the rule now. It's just like the part that's hilarious is like they have more gun crime than we do.
Well, because they want, we know how this goes, differential enforcement. Yeah, if you're white and caught with a Kalashnikov, they'll send in the special armed squad to deal with you. But if 2 Londoners of a certain ethnic stereotype shoot each other, and yeah, it would be racist if I were to investigate. Call blimey, I don't want to deal with racism.
Well, that's pretty much how it goes.
I don't know, man, it's just, the English are domesticated livestock. I just don't understand a people whose national pride is like, we get into lines very quickly. We just queue for no reason. That's not a matter of pride, you fucking morons.
Don't need a medic.
I will remind you, you are still in stream. I don't care. But...
Oh shit! I didn't know you guys were streaming. I just came in here to talk. Ah, well. I'm sorry, UK audience. I mean,
don't be sorry.
Oh no, we're not sorry.
Never mind.
No, okay, about the UK here.
Sorry, not sorry.
Very cynical.
I'm not sorry to call them fucking dumbasses.
My wife's over here. You fool, you dipshit. A dipshit is what I married. I just you're on stream being inflammatory again.
Oh god.
I do that all the time.
I know. Well, I know you do, Ethan. I know I'm safe here. I just, God forbid, the day I get you banned.
The day I get banned is the day that I get to complain on Twitter.
That's fair.
So it'll be like, what did I actually do wrong? Come on, tell me.
You know, they call you anti-Semitic, but they never call you a liar. Still Bill Gibson line. I truly do not dislike anyone, except on the basis of, well, if you're English or French, I guess. But I have many gripes with you people historically.
Well, to be fair, I'm Irish. Scots Irish. I was enslaved by the Brits for a long, long time.
Yeah. But then you came over here and became the corrupt police class. So, you know, moving up.
No, I wasn't. I was still playing.
He looked like a genius, so he's just a patty.
Patty. I really love that. paddy wagon. We still call them that, and it's okay.
People not
Wait,
understanding where
I
that
forget.
comes from.
This is a real quote. I have it downloaded somewhere. I have to dig it up now, but it's in my unmanaged pile of memes. But there was a quote by not C.S. Lewis, but a writing associate from the UK who came to visit him, and he said, "America is such a wonderful land. It could only be improved if what was it? Every black man killed every Irishman and then was incarcerated." Now, this is a quote from before the Civil War, so or just recently post. So anyway, what? I'm not getting off the stream. Everyone's laughing. This was a quote. It's fine. The context is simply I quoted someone.
From the Civil
You
War.
can hear her yelling in the background.
I'm just...
God, the people from the Civil War were kind of unhinged in some ways.
It was just an unhinged era, man. Like, you had to deal with the fact that, like, every third child died or had rickets, and you just, like...
Just
what?
everybody was so skeptical of everybody else, and they wanted to just fucking kill everybody who didn't look or think like them.
I don't know if they were talking about what was the basis of conversation before I blundered my ass in here. That's sitting here saying I'm sure they were being much more pleasant before you showed up.
Borderlands.
He's playing Borderlands.
Yeah, see, they were just playing Borderlands. You're right, but you know what? Borderlands isn't wholesome. You do awful things in that game. Granted to awful people, and they all respawn all the time, so it's just an intermittent hell. But
Well, it's like a true hell built for a gaming community because, like, people don't actually die because of the Digistruct and like Hyperion, because they're just selling you the idea of you can go treasure hunting and exploring and be as violent as you possibly want, and you'll just get respawned. It'll just cost you something, so you have to steal from everybody in order to stay alive until the point that you can't afford to stay alive.
you've also noticed in all the games, the respawn cost is adjusted for how much money you have. So if you have $5, being respawned only costs you $3.
Yeah. But eventually it doesn't cost you anything because they're just like, hey, it's alright,
Yeah.
just go get some money.
Yeah, no, anyway. The point I'm getting at is that when you put that in context, suddenly all the Bandit Raiders actions make a lot of fucking sense. It does make you wonder how any planet isn't just a terrifying neo-capitalist feudalist nightmare zone, though.
No, they all are.
They all are.
Yeah, there's just variations of how hellish it is, right? Pandora's just the worst.
And how wealthy they are, depending on how many gun corporations are there.
That's entirely fair. Dude, I don't know. I just always loved Jacob's branding, right? Because, first of all, American Ultranat. But second of all, because I always loved how the guns worked. It was so satisfying, the idea of no gimmick, no bullshit. Put bullet in head, watch explode.
Our guns are simply just the best.
No, that's it. That's all their advertising it is. It's like built Fort Tough, except it's built Jacob's fuck you.
Which, by the way, I'm still using a Jacobs shotgun I've had nearly since the beginning of the game.
Like, there's also the fact, like, Torg had that weird rebrand from 1 to 2. Because in 1, Torg were just rare and really, really good. And then 2, well, they introduced Mr. Torg, and I'm very happy they did that. One of the best characters in fiction.
Well, like, the thing is like, the actual lore of Torg is that, like, he basically did a hostile takeover, literally, on the company, where he fucking just, like, came into the company, killed the previous CEO, and made the new Torg.
Yeah, it's really neat.
Back here.
And then what? He sold it to somebody else for a ham sandwich and a high five? $5 and a high five or something. I forget.
Yeah, he sold the company to another weapons manufacturer, but they still left him as the CEO of the company for a
Because he
ham
was just
sandwich and a high five and a rocket launcher.
Yeah, because he look at Torg. He's the most marketable CEO there. So of course they just went, oh, you know,
But he's
people
like,
love him.
well, the
He is
worst,
the face of our brand.
like, the best part has to be is that the fact that he was essentially marketed off, like, they came up with the idea of Mr. Torg off the idea of Donald Trump just going batshit insane.
That sounds correct.
Like,
I
it's
enjoy this. I thought he was just a Hulk Hogan XP.
no, he's like, well, he kind of is in some sense in the fact that like, he's got the Hulk Hogan thing going on, but he's just supposed to be like Trump gone wild.
Just a generic crazy 80s mogul. Yeah, that sounds about right. By the way, I watched RoboCop again because Beth had never watched it.
Oh.
You're right, you have watched it. Never mind.
Well, you
I'll slay
you rewatched it because it's a great epic.
Anyways, I was just there's something about that 80s mystique, especially when the 80s was trying to exaggerate itself. And then it's so funny to think, wow, Detroit isn't even that bad in this movie.
Yeah,
They've got running water. The roaches aren't carrying children off. Not every car is on cinder blocks. Some of the people can afford to be decently clothed, and you assume that there's really no welfare in the city.
to be perfectly
It's not
fair,
a suburb.
like Detroit, like as much as Detroit has been ruined, it's only gotten worse. It's like we always thought that, oh man, Detroit became a shithole after the car industry fell. No, it can get worse. It can get worse.
It's just, but the thing is, you know,
Chicago
Detroit
proved it
shows
first.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. All of these cities that literally just hear about the news cycle, aside from, oh yeah, people die there. It's just a death and broken glass factory. And I just can't imagine these used to be like major cities of the most powerful nation in the world. They still are. They're just cesspits. I don't know, man.
They're major hubs of business for corporate conglomerates, but like it's so bad now that they can't even host the megacorps there because they're having their buildings destroyed and broken into now. Like, even the people with armed security and guns are like, no, this is getting a little too costly for us.
This is why, inevitably, like I keep saying, when the pendulum swings, we are going to get Ancapistan, because all the right-wingers who've been so suppressed for so long are just going to go ham, and you will have Walmart guards who are allowed to shoot to kill anyone who fucking, like, shoplifts. Think about it. It's the next logical step. You've tried all of this, like, oh, well, we're just gonna let it happen. Oh, we're just gonna incentivize it. Now the megacorps are losing money. Now they're not putting fucking rainbow shit up anymore, I'll tell you that much. So the next step is, well, we swing inside with where the money is, because we're mercenaries, we're corporate.
And well, here's the worst part, is it's going to go back to a time that is probably the scarier than most people can ever imagine, which is it's going to go back to the same time that W.J. Bush said, hey, there's weapons of mass destruction in the Middle East. I want that sweet, sweet oil money.
Yeah.
Except for it's going to be on U.S. soil.
The Halliburton money, the fucking Raytheon money. Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're talking... I hate to say it, I can speak from experience on this. We're talking about the people who you should never trust, who will have to be trusted now, because they're the only people who would be willing to be able to be listened to, that they are going to follow through with what they say.
Yep.
Because at least there's a guarantee in that they will follow through with what they say.
Some people would consider that better than being lied to intergenerationally, as the problems just keep getting worse.
Wait, that's a Jacobs that shoots rockets.
Mm-hmm.
That is very tempting.
Fancy.
Let me compare that to my other Jacobs.
I do also enjoy that TDO are just designed to be disposable guns is just peak and cap, and I love it so much. The one thing I really like about Borderlands is just, do you want Ancapistan in the far future? Here you go.
Well, it's just been like prophetized by the fact that like Hyperion makes all the money in the world to provide for building a gun manufacturing lobby by the fact that people just don't die.
Gun chest.
Ooh, sweet. And by doing so, the other gun companies compete with them in the sense of like, no, we can build better guns. And they're like, okay, that's cool, but
we've conquered a niche.
Yeah, like it's not about like who builds the most guns or anything like that. It's just who builds the best, and that's how these mega conglomerates come about. But it's also because these mega conglomerates build other
Drop the item
weapons
up
too.
here?
What is it?
It's just the SMG.
Let's keep it for cash.
Yeah.
But the mega conglomerates in Borderlands essentially spawn out of the fact that, like, if you can tackle a niche that people want, people will pay you money. And they will pay you money through the blood of other people. And that is how the machine works.
Especially when death has no real value anymore, because as long as you're not penniless when you die, as long as you've signed on with Hyperion, you're good. You know, you can get shot tomorrow, wake up, buy a gun, and go shoot the bastard who shot you and take his gun and his money. And the cycle can continue forever. The only place all that money keeps ending up is in the hands of the gun manufacturer.
Yeah, that's just it. Like, the gun manufacturers come into control, and then you fight against the gun manufacturers to get some of that money back. And the cycle continues, and they're fine with it because that means they sell more guns.
Still making a profit.
No, it's well, that's the thing about late and I don't want to say the fucking dreaded term late stage capitalism because it's such a stupid fucking meme, but realistically, that is what happens when the money pit finally reaches galactic scale, right? Once you start controlling trade between planets, the ball will never stop, and you can have like internal localized collapses, but because none of this is regulated, it's instantly solved. Oh, fucking TDR went under, Jacob's bought him out. Now Jacob's guns explode. If you ask him to.
Yeah.
Like a fucking satchel charge. You can empty your revolver and then hurl it with great fucking hatred at whatever
Well, that's the
you
thing,
would like
is, like,
to watch
there
explode.
was a local collapse in Jacobs, and it was bought by Atlas. Because Atlas came back from the dead.
Because you can do that if you have enough secret corporate assets in to land enough offshore planets that you own.
Well, and then it becomes down to, like, the value of your technology at that point. Value is built off what you can build in terms of value, like actual value. What is it that people want that people are willing to kill for? If somebody's willing to kill for it, then it has value.
So you incentivize a world in which the act of killing is pretty fucking regular.
Well, the act of murder then has a market value. It's a weird concept to think about it, because death is meaningless in Borderlands in the sense that, like, no, you'll just be revived. As long as you kill enough people, you're worth more money. And that's essentially what the mercs in Borderlands become. Just super rich millionaire murderers.
Because if you can just keep up the body count in general butt naked, you'll never be poor.
You're just gonna take the money from the people who die.
And then if you just keep investing that into bigger and bigger, again, you make a money ball of death. And you crush other people under your money ball. It's great. Everyone's just an armed dung beetle.
Yeah, but and the thing is like, the dudes who you kill, same over here. Well, actually, no, these are good sniper rifles with 3 and 4 times.
Oh shit, that's pretty good.
Over
over there, it's only white, so it's not that great.
Where is it?
All the way at the end there.
Oh, okay.
Behind the thing.
The little thing.
Yeah.
Little buttress. Oh, there's a thing over here. A longbow.
Like that in Borderlands, it's been made pretty clear that like WMDs don't exist outside of weird, improvised, like spur-of-the-moment contraptions. People just don't use nukes, really.
Well, there's no reason to, because even if you kill people with the nukes, they just respawn.
That's what I mean. Every super weapon in Borderlands is a mini-boss. Why? Well, that's the only thing you would build in this world. Like, why destroy assets that I will take from the dead people? And sure, they'll come back, but if I build a Kill Detonator 9000, they can never push me off my hill. That's just like the only way you win, is you just sit atop your horde like a dragon and build a literal dragon to defend it.
Yeah, which actually makes it the perfect model for an RPG game, because you have a reason to build bosses.
Yeah, it's because why would I destroy an asset? That's stupid. In this world, any little piece gets you forward. So, I don't know. It's interesting.
It's also
to
why,
see.
like, the aliens that even came before only built bosses to protect their things and had, like, super weapon aliens to do it. Because they didn't die either.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Borderlands is, as far as I can tell, the most internally consistent anarcho-capitalist setting that I've ever seen. And it's, of course, a high-technology, psychotic setting fueled, like, on 80s and violence. It's just amazing.
Yeah, and pretty much crack cocaine and fucking weapons.
Yeah, also, what is it? I forget. In the second fucking game, they actually go into the origins of psycho midgets, and I really like the idea that just weird issues with Pandora and then malfunctions in the old Hyperion respawners. Just occasionally a bandit's remade short. Deranged. just because.
Which also, by the way, the psychos come from the fact that, like, you just get killed so many times, you just go fucking insane.
Yeah, it's so magical.
And in reality, a lot of them are like our psycho in Borderlands 2. Their brain is just trapped inside of, like, a delusion.
Dude, you're...
You've been malfunctioned.
Yep. Turns out when you decide to move every game in your library to a different folder, it takes a minute.
Oh yeah.
No, really.
Yep. But it's being done. It's funny too because I thought I had initially set the expansion drive for all of this, and I guess the computer decided even though I had done that at Steam's startup, it would go now, and that's why the C drive has been so fucking shoved up. So I finally found the problem, and now it's just the long, arduous task of my poor PC transferring God knows how many megabytes from one drive to another.
What was that?
That was a shitty fucking assault rifle. Meat grinder. War is in your blood. It's just got an 86 capacity on its mag. Yeah. Oh. Wait. What?
Darling, as my bong is shattered to a million pieces, would you kindly get me the Scooby Snacker 9000?
I like it.
I like it. I like it.
It's really funny too.
You use
because
sniper
the
rifles?
Scooby Snacker 9000 is
You want to take a look at one though?
Is a geometric silicon pipe. But the thing is, at the time I bought it, and I'm like, cool, it's like red and black colors, like Darth Maul. And then I realized it just kind of looks like a phallic Darth Maul covered pipe. I'm like, yeah. Well, he did lose his legs, so.
That's the one I picked up earlier.
Oh, I'm sure it says nothing subliminally about me at all. It's just, anyway. To be honest, as a child, I assumed
cool.
Darth
You
Maul
want it back,
and
actually?
creatures like Darth Maul tasted like ice cream.
You know what?
It
I'll
looked like
hang
a
on to
sorbet.
it.
Because I'll here, you know what? I will try it, and I will hand you this for the
I've
bit.
never seen anything
Otherwise,
like this.
I will trade back afterwards.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if you can't find it, you can't find it. Such is life. I could go sober. It's fine. Sort of a psychotic break somehow.
Actually, I'm pretty sure if I shoot you, you're gonna already get here.
Let's do this.
Yeah, this should be good.
Are you on fire? You are not on fire. I thought you would be.
No,
Well, that exploded you.
Yeah.
It is a good sniper. Let's see.
You want to fight? Don't worry, I'll make
Here,
this
hold on.
quick.
Now you gotta do it. It wasn't going on you.
You
Okay.
just picked the wrong fight.
That one shot me through the whole shield.
How big's your shield?
474.
Jesus. I think it's my getting a boost from my Firefly cost, because it's upping my night damage.
This gun is pretty good.
It
Where
is.
is that from?
I think if you're willing to trade that, I'll
Yeah.
go with
Okay.
this. All right.
I'm down.
Let's,
Good trade for me.
Get on that.
Me and my spruce mustache.
I don't know if I actually.
Darling, you referring to yourself as a gangster?
Yeah, she's your homie G.
Nothing. She's just, most gangsters charge you protection money for plausible deniability, and I just blinked and went, "Are you calling yourself a mobster, honey?"
Well, not yet, but when she asks for money later, yes.
Yeah. See. Yeah.
Give me your cash.
That's not what I said. I know.
But it is what we said.
The fifth does not mean I can't make yeah sounds at you. You can plead the fifth all you want. I know what you said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should warn you about Tannis. There is something strange about her. We haven't had a supply transport come in years.
Yeah.
The
I
Growers
am
Creed
right.
shows
So
no
so
longer
you also
ever
seen
used
the
to be
Bones
by
Malone
stations.
fucking meme,
But she must
which
be
I
getting
love.
resupplied
Fucking
somehow.
rattle 'em, boys. Yeah. I love that meme because years before I saw it, I was running a Call of Cthulhu campaign because I picked up a original Call of Cthulhu book.
Nice.
And well, anyway, there was this part where I'm like, what would be cool? I used some proper necromancers because the rulebook has them. So I just had the necromancers have skeletons with sandbag armor, dressed in trench coats and slouch hats, and like really cheap ceramic masks. So it was just this typical Lovecraftian Arabic sorcerer, right, in like a Hong Kong bar. And he's just got his two bouncers. You shoot them and they spill out sand. And suddenly you realize you're fighting skeletons wielding Tommy guns. It was a really lovely little bit.
I think that's awesome as fuck.
That's pretty good.
Oh,
Yeah.
it was really cool. I literally Chekhov's gun, Chekhov, what's the term? I made a hand grenade that was essentially a Chekhov's gun that one of the players discovered while looking through investigating the area of this like rundown seaside casino. And then it ended with a boss battle fighting dual skeletons wielding Tommy guns. And because that game essentially doesn't bother giving the monsters health, it just kind of says, hey, if the players kill it, they kill it, or they die because they are shot to death by a skeleton. So one of them.
I had a Call of Cthulhu game where we were against like a Yeti, so we had no chance of ever actually like doing anything.
Yeah, no, it's a fun game.
Insane. Yeah.
We'll have to at some point do a Call of Cthulhu like one shot stream.
I have the PDF.
I've also got. I
passed
should
around.
send you something. So a few years ago, I also made a conversion of Call of Cthulhu that I call MTF Mondays, and you can play an SCP, a pretty decent one-to-one SCP experience on tabletop if you want.
Critical hit.
That sounds pretty dope.
So yeah, the only one I got to run properly was a.
I think there is an SCP RPG that somebody is developing.
Certainly, I'm very sure. Of course, it exists. Mine was literally just Call of Cthulhu with a reskin, but it turns out Call of Cthulhu with a reskin is pretty spot on for SCP, wouldn't you know?
Oh yeah. I mean, all the elements are there.
I remember the one mission I ever did for MTF Mondays that was like a proper full session. The SCP in question was a. So you guys, you know about Irish mythology at all? Even like a little bit. Without it, this is a pretty deep fucking explanation. But long story short, there's a sort of mythical warrior whose weapon in Irish mythology was called not spindly torque, but it's essentially a spear that when it stabs something explodes into sharp barbs throughout the entire creature's veins and lines. It just kills anything it stabs instantly. It's like the uber murder spear. And I realized that sounds like a Karsic fucking SCP. Like it's just literally it's a piece of a sea monster that just generates spikes of bone into anything you stab. It just went that.
Did you ever write that up?
Yeah, oh yeah, I wrote the whole thing up. I've got the entire thing.
You know what's funny?
I
I think somebody did a review on it. Yeah.
Does it involve infiltrating a mansion, right? That's held by like Irish Nationalist Party who have Cuchulainn Spear. Because you're sent in because a previous group, the fucking, what are they called? Like the Anarchy Project. I haven't been to SCP in a long time. But there's a group that just use SCPs willy-nilly. Chaos and Insurgency. Basically, Chaos Insurgency send a hit squad of like humanoid SCPs in for this thing, and then you're sent in after them. So it's kind of like a fucked up Resident Evil mansion kind of situation, except with bloodthirsty mutants and the occasional just, oh yeah, and someone let loose this literal monster just in the hallway, by the way.
I remember somebody covered it, I think. I don't remember who covered it, but they did like, I think like a short animation thing for it.
Oh shit, I don't recall this, but that's cool that if it's out there, someone
Try looking it up on YouTube at some point and see if somebody covered it, because like that sounds super duper familiar, and I'm like, 'cause I listen to a lot of SCP to fall asleep to, because that's like my go-to to like, I want to listen to horrific stories of people dying and horrible creatures, just because that's better than what humanity gives me.
Just watch hentai. Goddamn.
Well, I don't know. My problem with SCP is just I unfortunately got too into the setting, and then I realized, god damn, you don't need to keep most of these things alive. I know half of the whole thing is like, you don't know what happens when they die, so killing them as an unknown fact.
No.
Look.
Most of the SCP Foundation tries to kill off the ones that are Keter or higher. Yeah. They try to, but like, most of them just can't die.
Mm-hmm. See, the only SCP I've ever designed was its only purpose is that it just hunts other SCPs or anomalies and then crafts other anomalies out of them as like tools. It was just Doom Guy was the concept. It's just this creature emerged from a factory somewhere, and it just hunts things, takes bits of them, and then makes equally weird anomalies.
I like this hill. The nice hill. That's a nice boulder. It's not the super hard to kill reptile, is it? I don't know.
No.
We have a mission. Come on. Why are you going away?
Because I have to go around to get to it. No, I don't. What? Why is that one not showing up?
I have no idea.
It's just literally not showing up for me.
No, you just lie. You fucking love this hill. God damn.
No, that's because I hit the boost and it didn't shut off.
Orinoco, you have the perfect "my teammate screwed me" laugh. It's just the
No. This motherfucker is half to blame for most of our deaths.
Fuck you. No.
Fuck you.
I'm doing my best at killing them. You need to kill them better.
No, you need to stay near me so I can get my bonuses. Because I'm the medic. You wanted me to play support role.
I gotta get out there and kill them better.
But you're not. Because you keep dying.
Nah, I keep killing them.
No, you don't.
I love how I've instigated this. I took Chill Game stream and just,
No, this has been going on forever.
I'm sure.
Why would you do that?
I remember many a time playing Borderlands with my little brother, arguing who fucked up first.
Well, to be fair, me and my brother used to play this game a lot.
Me and my friend.
Getting stronger by the minute.
What is this? It's an SMG. It's a pretty accurate SMG.
Schmig.
You want a nice SMG?
This is amazing.
Oh, I did level up.
I'll take it for money. But otherwise, no.
Nah. I won't sell that for money. There's a gun chest up there. Okay.
And a midget.
Now this is loot.
But no, I've been arguing with him the whole time. So to be fair, this has been going on the whole time. This is nothing new.
I expected as much. I like hamming it up for the camera at this point. Now I know like dozens of people are watching.
I got the ride.
Dozens of people were watching yesterday.
So high.
Ones of tens, possibly.
You know what? It's good. The pressure is not quite there, and this will only ever come up if I make like a run in politics. But frankly, gentlemen, the only run in politics I'm going to be is like local warlord, or at least advisor to the local warlord, vizier to the local warlord. Ah, that's a title.
All right, I'll endeavor to be that for you. I will be the local warlord. That'll be my persona that I'll do for the rest of YouTube.
So great.
You heard it here, folks. The first and now and forever. I will be your local warlord.
Declaring the free mercenary state of Fredonia.
Free mercenary state-of-the-art troopers.
I mean, you know, it would work.
Long live the pride of Torians.
May our flag never fall. May our enemies die irradiated and burning. If I can't have this sacred soil, well, you can't have it either. I've got a lot of lovely Torian last stand.
I'm gonna have a specially made thunderbolt that I use.
Ooh. T-bolt. I really do like that the T-bolt just ended up being the go-to for Torian heavy mechs, just because, well, it's cheap and rugged for a heavy mech. Also, what can you do about it? It literally will maul an Atlas if it gets a chance.
All right, we got guns.
Absolutely fucking will.
I mean, it'll explode afterwards in glorious fashion. But
I'll
hey,
take
man.
that and
I don't know. My favorite battle mechs are always the ones that are either really too human or like just definitely not human shaped at all. And I've always liked that. Oh, no problem.
No. I was telling that to him because I was scrapping ammo.
I was assuming that Court
didn't want to be left alone.
I'm not watching the stream, so.
That's fair. But you should.
I probably should. But I don't want to overtax my computer while it's just trying to do the basic task of mapping video games over.
Well, to be fair, it shouldn't tax it that hard since it's just a disk rate versus network communication.
That's fair. I also treat technology like it's voodoo. I've read too much 40K. It doesn't help that my dad was one of those boomers who's always like, stop, the computer's thinking. He always anthropomorphized it.
Oh my god. Well, it is kind of true. Back then, you had to let it stop and do that, or you could freeze up a CPU.
Yeah, exactly. So I just all of that essentially has made me very I'm actually probably the least tech literate millennial I know personally, through sheer combined laziness.
Would you actually say you're a millennial though?
I guess not really. I mean, 1995 technically is like the latest you could be a millennial, basically.
Because like that's the thing is like.
Are a millennial.
Some people say I'm a millennial, some people say I'm a Gen Z, some people say I'm a lost generation.
We're all lost as a generation, yeah, but, you know.
Well, to be fair, it's this weird, like, subset between the 90s. Like, if you were born in the 90s itself, and you weren't born before the 90s and, like, got to experience it, you're in, like, this weird lost generation of kids that, like, yeah, no, we've experienced the 90s, the 2000s, into today, and it's just been bizarre.
Well, because it's perspective ridiculous. You go from, this is the last remnants of the 80s, you know, everything's getting cynical now, you know, grunge has really taken off, and, you know, and then all of a sudden...
dies within a year.
Yeah, and then the 2000s just comes around the corner, and it's all fucking GameCubes and Xboxes from there, man. It's the Call of Duty generation, really.
Yeah, I mean, like, we pretty much are. I grew up with it. I did grow up with Call of Duty.
Call of Duty and Halo. That was it. Except I was...
Well, except for, like...
Weird...
Alright, so I grew up... This is my experience with video games. I grew up the first video game I ever actually started playing was Mortal Kombat 2.
Nice.
The second video game I ever played was Jak and Daxter.
My first video game that I ever played was the Finding Nemo movie tie-in on my GameCube. Not a bad game, actually, all things considered. But it is definitely not a legendary experience.
think.
Well, gosh, you know what? I think I can go back further. I think I can go back further. There might be a video game I actually played before that. Because I think I played the Pirates of the Caribbean MMO before that. I played World of Warcraft.
You went like ahead.
Did he Leroy Jenkins it?
Like, I remember playing out of the Street Nintendo, like Batman
God,
game.
CD.
You know what I'm...
No. There was a floppy disk game I played first.
Oh,
What was it?
Don't copy that floppy.
Copy that floppy.
Yeah, because you know what it was? I think my mother had it because, well, alright, and my mom's gonna hate me if she ever finds out I told this story. And technically speaking, she got to experience the first computer ever. Like, the first computer.
Oh, the one. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Neat.
So, she was big into tech, but my dad was kind of the techie because he was more invested and interested. And so we had a home computer and things like that. And so they got me like CD games to be able to play when I was younger. And I think the first CD game I ever played was the bike riding game. It was like the motorbike one where you were like beating people with like metal pipes and like bat chains.
Oh my god, yeah, it's like a Street Fighter kind of thing, or not that. It's
No, but it was like a racer though. But like as you were
Alright,
racing, you were like beating up like other dudes in the
You know what?
race.
I know
look
I've
at,
seen
look at
this.
this assault rifle. Look how fast it shoots.
How many bullets are in that?
91.
That's a big clip.
Yeah.
What's its fire speed?
10. 10.6.
Oh, a 10.6 only? God, it would be even faster in my hands.
Oh, it's already faster in my hands. I have a plus 25% fire rate. But probably if you have
I don't have a
accuracy,
faster fire rate, actually.
That's because of class skill, though.
Yeah, I do not. Interesting.
It's got me
Very
cool, actually.
interesting.
This is what I traded my SMG for. I don't know if I actually will. I don't have the ammo for it.
You know what? I'm really sad they never made like an authentic sequel to Turok Evolution. I fucking love that game.
You know what other game I did play, though? Homeworld. I also,
I've
like
never
Markiplier,
actually-
had a great experience of playing Homeworld because my dad taught me how to play it.
That's cool.
I learned how to play it myself.
And you know what's funny? On Father's Day, I was actually talking with my dad about how much, like, he used to play video games. And he was like, yeah, it was a bit of a junkie, but I felt like I was kind of wasting my time on it at times. I'm like, well, you know, you're older. You can always get back into it.
You know what? My dad felt the
Man.
same, and he used to play a lot
He's
of
had
Diablo 2.
why tarnish what he's enjoyed so much by comparing it to modernity?
Well, like, my whole thing was, like, you know, you could always get those old games back that you want to play.
That's true. Emulators exist, and if he's tech savvy enough, it's child's
And
play.
he is tech savvy enough to do it. He's just not quite tech savvy enough to do emulators, but I could certainly teach him how to do it, and he's tech savvy enough to learn from me.
Ethan, this pistol doesn't use ammo.
Oh?
This pistol you should have gotten at doesn't use any ammo.
What is it? What does it do?
It's the Dove. It's not the. It's a mediocre pistol, but it just says sometimes I forgot to reload, and it's because it's not using any bullets.
I see. I also have it.
Yeah.
Bottomless digistructed clip, of course.
Not even. You're not even using any ammo.
It's literally just firing infinite bullets.
I could literally just run around always firing a bullet now.
I will
My
never stop
DPS
shooting.
is now perfect.
I
The
never
moment I
have to
lock
read
on
it.
to you. Because all I imagine now is that it's a pea shooter, right? If you said mediocre, the idea of chasing someone down, repeatedly throwing pebbles at the back of their head until they die.
Well, basically, it's like the 22 from fucking did the fucking zoom in shit. It's the 22 that you get from like the beginning of Fallout 3. Except for you now have an infinite clip. It doesn't do shit against the other enemies, but my god, can you shoot it forever?
Has always been very
I mean, you know, as long as you can just keep on target, then, right? Like I said, just chasing them down. Click, 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 click.
Just imagine doing that to a death claw, or you're just chasing it around like you're beating it with a spoon.
I mean, that's basically what stealth builds do. They just... I really like that, God, I love New Vegas. New Vegas, if I could die and wake up, bullet shot in the head, you know, I would like to, I think I could actually have fun in Fallout as just a setting. Mostly because at no point would I stop myself from becoming a Fev mutant. It's either really bad or really cool either way, but you live forever. So...
To be perfectly fair, I think if I were in the Fallout universe, I would probably end up siding with probably the NCR in the end.
Oh yeah.
But I would be like, I would be a competent recon sniper and actually be like, no, I'm gonna disobey orders because you guys are stupid.
You know, I just, so here's the thing, right? I've played enough Fallout, I've written enough fucking fan fiction for Fallout. I just know for a fact that I like the Brotherhood of Steel as a concept. I just don't think there's ever been one that I would join.
Well, here's the thing, the Brotherhood of Steel
really
as a concept... Yeah, like, the Brotherhood of Steel as a concept is great, but you have to be born into it to really
or find
be
them
worth
at a really low point in their history. Don't get me wrong, you could also just really find them at a desperate point. And they might just let you in.
Well, to be fair, there's plenty of those desperate points where they let people in, but, like, I wouldn't want to be around when that happens.
That's too fair, true.
Yeah,
I guess,
no.
oh wow, the local super mutant population's really giving it to the Brotherhood.
Well,
Look, here they come. That's always something I liked about super mutants, was that no matter what, it seems as though
Otherwise I'm gonna sell it, so don't
they've
pick
stayed
it.
consistent
Unless
with
you
the
want.
Master's Army being the best super mutants ever.
Let me
Because
see how this feels in my hands.
It's fascinating that the game models actually depict different sizes. Like, original Mariposa super mutants are all properly like 7 foot tall to 8 foot tall. Most of them are pretty intelligent. Even the stupid ones can like figure out an ambush. And then you get to the East Coast, and they're like, you know, 6'6" and huge, but they're dumb as fucking rocks. I really like that. And then finally, Institute super mutants are both scrawny, sad-looking, and stupid.
I'll take it. It's less damage, but the higher fire rate and a better accuracy.
I never understood that character
And that just
redesign either.
bottomless fucking clip.
From Fallout 4. Just making super mutants look so creepily gangly. Like, I don't know. They look too much like orcs now.
Did they really?
Oh yeah, no, have you not played? I mean, if you've seen Fallout 4, the super mutants are way less jacked than they ever were. They all look like kind of scrawny and pathetic looking.
Oh, I guess by the end of it, well, to be fair, some of the super mutants are different though, because like there are different versions of the super mutant virus.
Oh, and that's what I like though, is that the idea that the Institute made their super mutants as an afterthought. They're kind of an accident of just experimenting with Fev. That's why they just flush them. They didn't care. It was just like, okay, so putting a human exposed to Fev turns them into Jolly Green Giant. Cool. We can't learn anything from these things. And they just dump their cannibalistic asses out in the wild. Meanwhile, the Masters Mariposa super mutants are like Space Marine tier death machines that punch through power armor and just pull limbs off. and some of them can be straight up Oxford-educated geniuses. Not a lot of them, but enough of them that it makes a serious difference, and the rest fall in a pretty decent lukewarm IQ. Even night kids, schizophrenic maniacs as they are, tend to be kind of on the up and up. They can
I saw that. That's a massively good shotgun.
My point being is that I like that that's somehow an internal progression. It has consistency that wasn't intended, but exists now. You know what I mean?
Oh!
This is amazing.
Like, that's the NCR, but I also really like the idea that the NCR had like one president for like 100 years almost.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good shotgun. Was your Jacobs better than mine?
I don't. No, I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't. 'Cause mine's 47 by 12.
Oh no, mine was only 43.
Yeah. Badass bruisers. But that's the other thing, is it kind of comes back to that whole idea of like, there's a reason why we enjoy stuff like this, and it's because it's entertaining and fun. And like, people actually put some forethought into it of actually trying to have fun.
Another notch on my way.
And it's kind of what video games got away from.
Because the fucking developers all vanished up their own asses. They're now all doers.
Well, it's
Video
not
games is serious business.
Honestly, I honestly can say this for a fact. It's not the developers. It's the executives who took over the gaming industry.
That's true.
You motherfucker.
What? I got you. Perfectly fine.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Don't
First you
thank
get
you.
corporatist,
I like you
and
too.
then HR, because corporatism always has HR, and HR is the devil.
It tends to be the death of companies, clearly. Although there's new speculation that Anheuser-Busch purposefully did what they did.
Huh?
I mean, yeah, they just picked her the fall girl. I mean, look, she might have been social media manager, but there's no way she just directed all that money, directed all that talent, without anybody in the company at least noticing that, hey, that's a lot of funds on this, weird fucking research for this project we got.
Well, no.
Like this.
It's believed that they sabotaged their own company because they were losing to the competition, so they wanted to strip down the brand to make it cheaper on cost.
I mean,
This is
I feel like there were
amazing.
smarter ways to do that, but I guess if your plan is just, hey, fuck it, let's fucking dip this bitch. I mean, yeah, it makes sense why all their stock flew out of the fucking shelves. Maybe that was intentional.
Like, because they didn't really spend that much money on the marketing campaign. Like, they paid a person to do something. Gun chest, by the way.
Oh, I ran away from that. I'll be over there.
You want me to just grab it and bring it over?
I know, but like, isn't it normal in most of these
No,
corporate
no, no,
environments? They usually like throw the study group at it first before they make any move. I guess they don't have to do that. but
No,
you-
well, that's part of the reason to think about it, is that like, when you actually look at what they're doing right now, they don't need study groups because what they're going off of is ESG scores. They don't think about
Fair.
study groups
Yo.
anymore. They don't think about polling their audience, because even then, study groups weren't always accurate either. Let's be fair. Like, they might poll the wrong set of people and not have enough of them to really represent their own audience. But that's back when people still cared about who their audience was. Like, these particular groups are like, oh, we need to freshen up our brand because we're losing in the market to other better alternatives. Even though they aren't actually doing that, they're just seeing market fluctuations between people's choice. And as long as you have market presence, you can build market dominance. Like, having your presence known, even if you don't hold a majority share of market, means that you have a better chance than other people. And the biggest thing is essentially, now Bud Light won't be filling shelves like it used to be. It's going to be replaced by other people. The coolers in the beer cooler, because I actually went today to go pick up Twisted Teas because I was like, oh, I want to have something to drink while I stream with Spacer today because I wanted to have something other than hard liquor. Something that I can actually enjoy while I'm playing the game.
Just drink paint thinner.
Well, that would be a very Mechwarrior thing to do.
Antifreeze! Yum yum!
Hey, sweet! But yeah, the whole thing is that, like, to be perfectly fair, like, they're losing the shelving space, so they don't need to stock as much. But they're saying that they're writing checks for their wholesalers right now because they're losing money. And as I'm thinking about it, it's like, well, they're basically saying, like, hey, we want to keep our wholesalers, but we want to reduce the amount of market presence that we have because we need to rebuild our brand. Because it's costing us too much to do it the way we've been doing business. That's a possibility.
So essentially, they saw the writing on the wall, decided, look, if we just tank now, we might actually be able to turn this around and take over space. The cockroaching is the method.
But they think America's stupid enough to not realize what they did. And that, like, you know, people will eventually forget about it.
I don't know. That's just kind of the thing. People aren't forgetting about it. It still remains a subject of conversation, at least in my household.
Well, and that's just the thing. It was the same thing I've been hearing online with YouTube from a number of different creators from different backgrounds of either side from the political spectrum, is that, like, it's a marketable conversation over the fact that, like, people are allowed to disagree about marketing. If you think, and again, I have nothing against trans people who want to do what they do, but if your marketing is so poor that you market to the wrong audience, that's on you. It's got nothing to do with the fact that you hired a trans activist. It has everything to do with the fact that they didn't like it. And that's your audience. That's the people who you sell to. They didn't like it. They thought it was ridiculous, they thought it was stupid, and they thought that you were making both a mockery of women, and that, again, like, that's genuinely what most of the thought is that you were making a mockery of women.
Hey, Bob.
Alright, I'm back.
Hey, Bob! How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Pretty good, pretty good. We're talking about Anheuser-Busch.
Oh, yeah.
Borderlands.
While playing Borderlands. Also discussing the fact that drinking paint thinner is more than likely the best beverage for a Mechwarrior.
I mean, look, I'm just saying Smoke Jaguar gets where it is by a certain set of proclivities and traditions.
Yeah, it's called inbreeding.
Now look, hold on, that's done wonders for the Davians. I think, I don't know.
The Davians did. They made the ultimate heresy of combining the French and the English.
See, this is why the citizens yeah, no, that's what I mean. It's terrible. The Davians must die. What is it? God, yeah, no, that'll just be it. Davian Delenda Ice.
Sorry, French and English, but we still feel that your monarchies suck.
From the Marian hegemony, I declare that all Davian Franco-Anglo pigs must die. Ave, Chuchika.
Are you on stream?
Yes, we are on stream.
Hi guys.
Don't worry. See, it's perfectly okay. It's all fictional.
How was your flight back?
It was good. It only took like 90 minutes, honestly.
Are your arms tired?
Fucking shotgun. I don't know why. That just took me off guard.
That's how I do it.
Bad day report.
Everyone laughs when you trip them. Anyway. or they punch you. I mean, there's that too.
Yeah, I just have an email I need to send and I'm good to go.
Hey yo.
I'm just here
hey,
watching my
this
files.
turned into a multi-stream of the writer's room, meeting up with the Sunday group, with the... Dang, I just...
guest shotgun.
Well, I mean, you're part of the Sunday group.
Yeah.
You've just been on hiatus for a very long time.
Yeah, I apologize. Like I said, the wedding's
You
coming up once
you
it's
don't
done.
need to apologize. You guys are getting married.
I know, but look, I try to dedicate myself to these things because other people are considerate enough to put their time in to try. You know?
Well,
it's
again,
important.
I'm
I
more
kinda
than
just
happy
hope
with
we
it.
have Chiranu after everything.
Actually, that's another good question. I have not heard from Toronto in a while. I have not seen him online.
Oh well.
I know the
We'll
name
see,
is
we'll
still
see
in
how
the
that
server.
goes then.
He's
that's
still
valid.
there, but I've just not seen him online, so I do need to check up with him and see how he's doing. Because
Things happen. I got a
that
friend-
man has infiltrated bases and caused mayhem and chaos, and he deserves to keep playing. And I would love to see him come back.
Absolute madness.
If not, I'm going to force
yes.
somebody to take over that character. 'Cause it's a
Chiranu,
fun
our lovely
character.
battle twink.
Yes.
Oddly enough, it's not the Catboy who is the battle twink.
No, I play
God.
with explosions.
He's
Yes,
just
he
Doom
hates
guy
me.
with
Here's the
ears.
thing. The Catboy is the
IRA.
Buff Daddy Catboy, and then we have Twink Capellan. He somehow made Capellans likable.
Oh Jesus!
And that's the
Generic
true
German.
sin.
This is
The
the
generic
weirdest
German
thing to be
Terran.
listening to. This is the weirdest thing to be listening to while doing my debrief.
I'm sure it is.
Here's the best part about it. Here's the best part about it. That's the best thing to listen to while having a debrief. It's the only way to unwind. It's having weird conversations.
No, I'm not.
I mean, I am very much looking forward to it. I've just been.
And that is
most
why
battle-
my stream will always be entertaining when people finally come and enjoy it.
You know, I do like to see. It's all about slowly but surely building up the footprint.
This girl is on fire. Cause I shot her with a
You're out.
shotgun that
Ah,
has
stop
a
shooting me
fire
at that.
mount.
It actually like bounces me.
I didn't shoot you.
I exploded. Maybe it was just an explosion.
You probably hit a barrel, so it was your own fault. I've been running around opening chests. I literally haven't shot a shot for a while.
You are wrong. I do not explode barrels around me. That is not a thing that happens.
You know what? It's good you're here, Haji, because earlier we were discussing Fallout faction. I know you always have something to say about that.
Ah, yes.
Oh boy, where was this
See,
going?
here's the thing. I gotta get once you write your terrible fan fiction for me, I gotta get you to make a little avatar that's in Fallout form. That way, Haji will have Halo. I'll have Battletech, and you can have Fallout, and we can all discuss our favorite genres of writing about for fan fiction.
I'll probably shift from Halo to Aliens, but yeah, otherwise I'm good with that.
Yeah, well, either
Aliens
or.
is such a beautiful fucking setting. I'm sorry. Just a man of real taste. Dark
Well,
Horse.
I agree. I
Dark
agree.
Horse anthology or its own thing.
Well, that's the other part of the Raiders room is that like each one of us can have our specific like mainstay, but we all appreciate every setting.
I remember getting my hands on some of the original Aliens vs. Predator comics. Oh my fucking god. Oh.
And here's the other
it's
thing.
so good.
I want to have a stream day where we torture ourselves as well, because you can't have all good writing all the time. You have to listen to some trash at some point too.
Want something from Neil Green. Want something from Neil Green.
You know,
And that's exactly it. We will take suggestions from audiences to read fan fictions of theirs, or or even better, writing that we think is terrible too.
I've read some.
And we'll call it where there's good, there has to be bad.
Oh Jesus.
Yin and yang, pain and gain.
There can be no swole without the Iron Church.
Oh God.
God, lift posting is maybe some of my favorite memes come out of AI generation.
I just
Harry
love the
Squatter,
swole.
the boy who lifted.
Darth Squat. Emperor Liftitine.
I don't know. I do love those ones.
Pearl Palpus.
Of all things, of all memes, it's just my favorite thing about the internet is that it's just an endless novelty generator. It really is.
Well, to be fair, that is just kind of what AI is gonna be for a good while, is novelty.
I really like it too, because we're gonna go from AI, funny novelty generator, to AI, kicking down my door, setting my family on fire. You can't tell me Ed 209's not on the horizon. I like I said, I watched RoboCop just like a few months ago, and all I could think is, God, what I would give for an Ed 209 as my home defense. Yeah, that's what I want. I want a fucking giant robot that'll stand and roar in a lion growl at you, and then say, you have 3 seconds to comply the moment you step on my dirt. I love that every day.
So I have vivid memories for some reason of my dad watching the original Attack of the Show, because there was one episode where they were talking about essentially a dude making or like trying to sell a turret
Gun chest.
for like home defense. Yes, that.
I dig it.
I had very
I'm just gonna
vivid
grab
memories
them
of
both
that
and
for some
toss them
reason.
down.
Actually, you know what my favorite personal defense weapon system that was allowed on the civilian market at one time
the one
was?
that you wanted.
So, during the ending of apartheid in South Africa, yes,
It's
we're
just
going
a bitch to get up here because it doesn't quite. It clips to get through it.
Anyways, towards the end of apartheid, I forget which exact car manufacturer, but because car break-ins were getting so bad in South Africa, they designed a personal flamethrower attachment for like your Mazda or so. I forget the exact.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
this.
the anti-theft system that was the flamethrower on the side door.
So if you just try to pull on it, or if the driver feels threatened, he can hit a kill switch that just bursts like napalm flames.
Well, here's
from
the best part. They actually, I have an anecdotal story for this. There is a real company in South Africa that is a private defense contractor that equipped this to their armored car carriers.
Oh, yeah, I remember the story.
Yeah, you remember it. It set an entire caravan of fucking thieves on fire with napalm and exploded them in their vehicle. And you know what? The truck, perfectly unharmed.
This is the ultimate fuck around and find out.
And the best part had to be is the fact that it was the only time it proved effective. It was really the only time ever used.
It killed everything.
So technically, they can claim for that system it is 100% effective.
I just like I said, man. That all I like is crazy.
I dropped a
militarized
class mod over
civilian
here
goods.
for you.
I need. Where is this? I was looking for that thing.
Like, I wouldn't say I'm always a libertarian, but when it comes to like firearms and Second Amendment, yeah, the only solution to all the world's problems is if you airdropped firearms on every square inch of it and let everyone sort their shit out for a year.
No, I understand that.
Like,
Give me the...
Here's the thing. This is probably the most base shit ever. But, like, I totally agree.
Look. I know it would be...
Let's be fair.
it's
If
the
we
same
turn
thing-
the entire world into Wild Wild West, people will sort their shit out.
I'm
here's
just
the
saying.
thing. You would be in a world
I'm
with
just
no
saying.
dictators.
I'm just saying. I believe in open carry chemical weapons.
Yes. That's perfectly fine.
God
Look,
damn
if
it,
the
Bob.
government's
Stop
gonna
making me
gas
agree
you,
with your
the only
statements.
deterrent- I'm serious.
I do what I want.
Stop making me agree with the fact that if it's good enough for government work, just then stop with me.
I mean,
Yeah,
look,
but you and I
the
both
only
know how good enough for government work goes.
It's so bad. It's
Yeah.
so bad.
Alright, I need to figure out how to download a video from Twitter.
You don't. You just link it.
No, there's a whole
Ultimately,
thing.
Well,
a reason.
no, here's what you do. You at Elon Musk. I need a proper way to download videos directly from Twitter.
No, there's a number of third-party websites. Does this have the subtitles? I think it does. Okay, it does not.
But you should at Elon Musk to make a functional tool for that, because then You can get all the clout on Twitter and make a bunch of Twitter fags upset.
Okay, first, I refuse to actually have anything to do with Twitter. Nothing against Elon. I've been boycotting Twitter long before he ever got on it.
To be fair, so was I for a long time until people got really mad
I only
about
got on
it.
Twitter because Elon Musk bought the platform. I just thought at least things will be interesting now.
Yeah, well, okay, so without getting into all the politics of that, I say I've been boycotting Twitter. Really, I forgot my password like 10 years ago and I stopped caring enough to actually reset it.
That's a very valid reason. It's a very good reason. Fuck it.
I'll call it a boycott. When people didn't even buy Bud Light in the first place, I'll call it a boycott.
My whole thing.
Fuck it.
Oh, God.
Because to be fair, I am not a fan of lager, so I don't buy anything like Bud Light. I might drink a Corona if somebody offered it to me.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
funny.
if someone offers it to me, I'm not going to turn it down, but I'm normally like a cider person or I'm going straight to whiskey. Those are like my two things.
The only two industries in my
Or
entire
milk
town
stout. Milk stout is really good.
are the university and a brewery, and the brewery makes a like pretty decent regional beer, and I just hate beer. It's a
That's
really
fair.
weird, just accident of my birth. I can't stand the taste. Liquor,
So
all liquors though, I enjoy.
There's probably a
Thanks to
genetic
be-
component to that, actually.
Yeah. So there's an exception. I don't mind Yingling, but I'm almost always on the wrong side of the country for it, so I don't care.
Huh. You don't mind Yingling, really? What about
For some
Heineken?
reason, Heineken's alright. It's more just like, if someone gives it to me, I'm not turning it down.
Well, again, the world should always know that the best beer first is free, the second best
Yeah.
beer is cold.
Yeah. Fair
And I
enough.
don't care what Europe says. Fuck you.
I mean, we stopped caring what they say for a long time. Yeah. What else was I doing?
Germania Delenda iced.
Oh,
Anyway.
Jesus.
Like, Germans, I love you very much. You were great teachers for me on how to use firearms properly in a CQC environment, but, like, my god, I hate warm beer. Thailand knows better, and they've got shitty beer, and at least they make it cold.
That's, that's not bad. Have you ever had umeshi?
Yeah.
Umeshi's fucking great. I love
It is.
umeshi. And I'm not normally a wine person, but plum wine is fantastic.
That is so stupid, and I love it, that you just have to grenade fish.
Hold on, we can't keep grenade fishing in the same spot. We just already grenade fished.
I mean,
I don't
I have
know.
a video of people grenade fishing.
I kind of want to see that now.
I'll throw it in chat. It's the video Mage was talking about.
Let me see.
Because I was like, oh, did something happen? And then I had to go and find it. So I did. But anyways, I need to write something up real fast, so I'll be away for a moment.
Yeah, D-job.
Oh, this isn't even me being job. This is me being a fucking job right now.
Okay, do your job, be a degenerate.
This is, well, I have porn for that. And actually, I have a button for that.
That's the most vanilla, matter-of-fact way of saying live porn for that, sir.
Well, you see, sir, that's what
Haji,
porn's for.
Always a professional.
In every endeavor.
The wife says hi, Haji.
Hello! Nice to talk to you.
Alright. Are finished here.
I see her
Yay.
try to join on streams, but she's always so damn shy.
Well,
No worries.
technically she's been on streams already, so she shouldn't be that shy, because it's the same people
I know.
doing the same thing. Just we're
she'd
playing
rather-
video games now.
She'd just rather be my peanut gallery. That honestly, I swear to God.
Well,
if
honestly,
I,
I
get her
think
on,
it works out
she's gonna
because
be more
it's funny
spicy
to
than
hear
I
a
am.
yell from the back at you.
That is honestly pretty damn funny.
I am glad that she's getting through. It doesn't
Because
show
that
up
is
on my Discord.
that is the classic trope of having your wife yell at you from the back of the mic. It takes me back to 2009 when we were playing Borderlands for the first time. Back then, I was also engaged.
In 2009?
I think I was at the time because I think that was the really super Christian girlfriend.
Ah, that I'm just doing the math in my head. You're not that much older than I was, and in 2009, I was 11.
Yeah, no, that was a uber Christian girlfriend from back in the day.
Fair enough.
Who technically I was engaged to.
Huh.
All right.
The draw on your mic just got really more intense than that. I can hear the 1,000-yard stare. Anyway.
Well, so to be confirming of this, I have been married once. I have been separated and divorced, and then I've been engaged now twice. Actually, no, 3 times. So, if anything, I am the friend who has relationship problems, but somehow always is in a relationship.
Yeah, I just have a long-term relationship with my left hand. It's good, but
that's what porn's for.
Truly, he has adopted the ways of the Japanese culture. Shinzo Abe, please have children.
Oh, fuck you too,
I died for you to have children. Please. Anyway.
This is what the hentai people make porn for, because they keep telling you that the birth rate's too low.
I don't know, man. See, all Japan proves to me is that ethno state or no, if your culture's whack, your culture's whack, and you'll just stop breeding.
Yeah, well, that's not the real reason that their birth rate collapsed, though.
Yeah, that's culture's whack. It's island culture syndrome. I just call it. Island cultures can't be normal. Look at the British.
Well, no, to be perfectly frank, they just have too many old people that they're trying to take care of, and it's making it a problem.
God, it's a bunch of stuff. Oh,
I know it's a multi-factored issue. I just like being obtuse. That's fine.
I will say this: Taipei was awesome.
I hope it was.
Yeah. Weirdest fucking thing for me though. Partly, it was so green. I'm going to describe it as 80s budget cyberpunk, where it's less neon and more favelas.
All right, that's fair.
Yeah,
you described it that way before, and I was like, yeah, no, that makes sense.
I have seen more 6'2" Asians in the last 4 days than I have in the last 3 years. They are so tall.
That is,
which is great,
a bizarre statement. But I understand what you're saying, but that is such a bizarre statement.
Like, I've been living in Japan for a while. I'm not used to making eye contact with people. Like, direct eye contact. And it's like, oh, no, y'all are like the same size as me. Okay.
It's like, no, you're tall.
You're like, suddenly. Man. That was the thing is, I've not really been I haven't gone to a lot of other places other than Mexico. But it's weird going from NorCal to SoCal, and suddenly you're a northern Viking giant compared to most people. It's really odd, you know. I wouldn't consider myself particularly of impressive physicality, but holy shit, some of those people in down south don't grow much bigger than like 5'0".
Well, to be fair, there's a lot of regions that are like that. Alright, so this is a pretty fast shotgun, which is interesting, but I'm gonna try out this bulldog.
For being fast, but I am a shotgun, I guess.
Here, let me duel you.
I'm issuing you a challenge, chump.
I forgot that was a feature in Borderlands. God, I fucking love Borderlands. Slap your teammate. I'm mad at you. The number of times.
Yeah, the bulldog sucks.
Spend hours dueling.
So let me. It's a painful brute. Let me switch to that one and see how that feels.
I think you got what it takes.
Yeah, this should be entertaining.
You still got me. But that is a better shotgun.
That is a better shotgun. You want to try it again?
Yes, but I'm gonna try out my original Jacobs now. See if that's really any different.
You know what we do need to do? It might be impromptu, but I'll try and make it. When the Hunchback, when the next Tech Talk drops, we We gotta try to like make the stream and then. I'd love to watch that with you guys.
I think the flat up
no,
is better.
absolutely.
Don't you
I would
think?
absolutely love to do that. I remember we tried to do that with the Marauder, but I think you had deliveries going on.
Oh yeah, it was a different time.
Yeah. I'll try and do it. I'm going to be out of the country again until, well, off island.
Oh, don't worry, you're
from the
working on
30th
text
until
time,
the 8th.
so you're probably fine.
You're not wrong. Fair enough.
Hey, it's fine. Like the quality is out the fucking park every time, so I can't.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I like the flat up one a lot. The Jacobs has been really good to me, but God, this gun's good.
Anyone need help?
Oh yeah.
You've abandoned your fine straight shooting firearm for a communist piece of driftwood. I love flat off. The marketing's hilarious. Torg, because we don't make our guns out of frickin' wood.
Flat up. Made it out of wood.
It's made of wood. They just are. They all have such goofy wood furnishings. Sorry.
It's great.
I really do love the idea that they're just a Soviet gun company. Vladov, arms of the people.
It is. And then they collapse in the next game.
Yeah, well, yeah.
As they
Soviet
should.
is as Soviet does, I suppose. You can't eat bullets, now can you? It's your 5-year plan now.
I don't know. That's how Atlas survived. That is actually canonically how Atlas survived.
Somehow, they've turned. God, that was one of my favorite things. Just a little meme one day that actually uplifted me was, look, if you ever feel like you're a hack writer, remember, somebody looked at, somehow, Palpatine returned. And Cassette said, alright, sign off on that.
And we announced it in Fortnite, and we explained it in the art book.
Die. Oh, please be hit by a bus. Maybe beaten with 30 chariots for your insolence. The cultural vandalism really does bother me. Because, you know, like, it's one
I
thing...
would be fine with just
really,
obsolescence.
Dude, all I want is for you motherfuckers to write something, dude. And it looks like it's like down to me to try. I don't even get it, man. Like, I just can't imagine you have all this money and such a dearth of talent. Just a pitiful dearth of talent.
Money does not create value if you know nothing
Clearly.
what to do with it.
You know, that sounds like a beautiful diamond shark proverb. Money does not create value.
It doesn't. Like, it's not even like a diamond shark value. That came out of the fucking age of Theodore Roosevelt.
No, I mean, it's true. It's just funny to me. It's a good truism.
But I do agree with you. It'd totally be something that Diamond Shark would say to people, like, you know not what to do with this. You may have money, but you have no value.
It's like a really good one-liner where you shoot a pirate for trying to bribe you.
You may have money, but you have no value.
Bang. You know, it's one of the things I'm really striving for with this book is that you don't get to see clanners fight pirates often in the fluff because it's just one-sided and awful. And it's really how I'm generating like sympathy for the devil, I think. Because sure, the pirates are horrible, they're enslaving and killing clanner civilians, but then the clanners do shit like, well, yeah, we're gonna orbitally bombard their little campsite. Why not? They're not protected by any honor. They're pirates. Fuck them. Biosphere? What biosphere?
What do you mean I'm not allowed to ignite their atmosphere?
They're pirates. Fuck them. Because that's literally everything that's all the lore has to say about it. They don't challenge pirates. It's not something you do.
You just kill them.
Exterminate them. Like, Doom Guy style. They say, oh, look, a pirate baby with a pirate
They
child.
Warhammer 40k kill these guys. They exterminatus them.
And so it's neat because essentially in most of the setups it's clanner bloodthirst leads them into a trap.
We've got enough people here to have this discussion. Let's talk about Battletech versus Warhammer again.
Yes, I hope you agree. I
Because we were talking about this last time, and we were like, "Oh, this is a fun conversation. We need more people to weigh in on this."
Because first things first, I learned in my dabblings in fan fiction that 40k is best written. If you do the universe versus, of course, 40k wins. It's designed to be that way. It's over the top and silly. There are some cases where, loopholes allow you to win. But if you're doing universe on universe, frankly, you should just have 40k fight like Marvel DC together, and then at least have the spectacle of Superman being dragged down by Psyker. Because wizard magic.
Okay.
Anyway, for a Battletech crossover, you just inject, say, a small grouping, right? And that always works because, thankfully, 40k has the consistency of, well, if you go into the warp, you might get spat out somewhere weird in a time and a place that you don't belong. You get, samurai jacked, basically.
I mean, I would have just... Oh, God. Sorry, one sec. I just thought of something, and then I forgot about it. What was the Battletech book with the aliens?
Far Country, yes.
Yeah, Far Country.
Yeah, you get Far Country. I
kind of like Far Country. I've read it.
No,
it's not that bad.
If you follow through the warp, you get Far Country.
Yeah, basically. Except, here, essentially...
And now you can never unsee that.
The two scenarios are essentially, and this is what my thought was, is that it would be really cool to see clanners fight the Tau, because ultimately it would just become a self-sustaining conflict. Because the Tau fight diplomatically, usually. If they can find a way to twist and use efficient resource management to win, then they do it. They're very Sun Tzu that way. So they would just start accepting batch-alls, and then creaming the clanners with superior technology, and then the clanners would try to play catch-up, and it would be a nice back and forth.
Now imagine if they landed in Kurita space.
Well, that's just a bloodbath. That's the Tau deciding they go with the conquest and sterilize you route.
I don't know. I think, to be perfectly honest, I think the Kuritans would take them for a spin.
Ain't this file too big? I feel like I did.
It's not so much that the Kuritans wouldn't be military effective. It's the idea that
20
the Tau...
Of course not getting too big.
The Tau adapt is the thing, right? They are capable of technologically changing their approach. We see this with them building Titan-scale weaponry and so on and so forth.
How long did it take them, though?
I mean, 40k is a bastard for chronology because it's dated, but it's not dated well. But it essentially took them maybe
of
like
10 years.
Yeah, just not long at all. Because the Tau are stupid. They're like us. They have no limits on how they research things, how they figure things out. They have AI algorithms assisting them in their research.
Also, I will say this in regards to the Titans. They had done theoretical work ahead of time, however, they were of the view that consolidating that many resources into a single platform was insanity, essentially.
Yeah, like a waste of resource.
Instead of just getting an equivalent number of smaller platforms for the resources. But they'd still planned that sort of thing. They'd still designed that sort of thing as like an intellectual exercise. They just never built it.
Yeah. Like, even the supremacy suits we see now are not really Titan scale, but they're built with guns that are.
Yeah. They were like 95% of the way there. They just need to actually...
What I'm getting at is the Kuritans are not as tactically flexible. Kuritans live on the charge. That's what the dragon is built for. If you think that since the dragon is the most common mech, first of all in the inner sphere, at certain points in history, it just is because the Kuritans built so many and their military-industrial complex is the society. The dragon does not have a lot of...
Well, let's be fair, most of the houses, the military-industrial complex is the society.
But this is true, but Kuritans is it's a naked fact. You know what I mean?
Same thing with Steiner.
Yes, but the thing is, with Steiner, it's an aristocratic thing. It's a matter of wealth and prestige. In Kurita,
it's only because they are the military-industrial complex. They just attach fancy titles to it.
I would argue in Steiner they formalized it. In Kuritan, it's still subordinate to everything else.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. Steiner allows you to be free with caveats. Kurita does away with the idea of freedom. Is why you're part of the dragon. The dragon is you.
Well, so
this is it.
So would the same thing be for Liao?
Yeah, but Liao kind of lacks this kind of Toyota-ist mindset. Like, the idea is, since Kurita's 80s Japan solidified with Imperial World War II Japan, their military-industrial complex is very of that flashy Asian 80s style. It's efficient and giant and striving for imperial glory, whereas Liao is like what the Soviets scrapped together in a basement and called a helicopter. And it's a Hind, and it works. It's really good for some reason, despite being made out of like recycled steel. That's how Liao's sort of industrial pride works. Anyways, getting to the dragon as a... So to me, right, war machines are philosophical statements by the people who built them, and Battletech does this very well. I like it that way. The dragon represents everything Kurita kind of desires in war. It's a fast, agile, well, agile air quotes. It's a brick shit house that runs real fast and will just keep shooting you. It can keep firing most of its weapons just on repeat, on cycle at any given range, and once it closes it just starts throwing hands. And it's 65 tons, it can throw hands as well. Now, for a minute there, you're right, that puts the Tau on the back foot, but then the Tau realized you flank these fuckers and shoot them in the back, so use your lighter to do. Or you rely on the fact that the dragon can be killed by most heavy ordnance, and you lure them into ambushes using fighting retreats over and over.
Well, again, we had this conversation before, too. How much of their heavy ordnance and weaponry actually can do some penetrating power against mech scale armor? Because mech scale armor is a lot harder than you think it is.
Oh, no, it's less that the mech scale armor isn't that heavy, it's that the dragon itself is technically pretty lightly armored, and therefore most Juritan war chariots are. Like, the Jenner is not a durable mech, but it is the mech, the go-to for your average Juritan mech warrior. It's a fast.
If I might interject.
Go ahead.
Is the question which one we prefer, which one we like better, or is the question if the two universes suddenly faced off?
Basically the latter, in a pretty intellectual capacity.
Yeah, you are, we specifically, what do we narrow it down to? It's an expeditionary force?
Yeah, or ideologically, like, whoever, you know, you're not sending gigantic fleets through the warp on average. Such movements are risky and dangerous, and only really done if you're, like, making a ridiculous, like an Imperial crusade or something.
And so we discussed the fact that essentially the first thought that would come to mind is, oh, we traveled back in time.
Yeah, because that's essentially it. The planets are aligned the same way. Any star chart would show you that, yeah, it's mostly the same. Sure, some stars are still alive that we know canonically blew up a few millennia ago, but, you know, most of it's still here. And the fact that people start mentioning Terra is a thing. Like, you're going to start conquering parts of the inner sphere, or at least interacting with them and learning that, oh, Comstar is there, or the main communication systems all stem from Terra. Neat! You know, okay, so we went back in time. This is weird, we must be in the Dark Age. The Tau really wouldn't have the same context, because the Tau don't have that history. The Tau would simply understand we are in an uncharted area.
Yeah. Well, and the other part that goes into that is also, like, if it was a rogue trader, if it was the Tau, if it was, well, imagine if Chaos ended up there.
Chaos is a kind of bland point, though, because unfortunately, as it infests anywhere it touches, what you'd have, it's actually something I explored a bit with the Star Wars crossover. The idea that if you just have even a small group of 1,000, let's say, word bearers, worst case scenario. So one war host, not even a full host of word bearers show up. Even if they have no space travel, nothing, those fuckers can sit on any given planet and just live. Astartes biology allows them to basically survive in their suits for as long as they need to. And they just have to wait, build a structure, maybe make some sort of weird demonic ritual site, sacrificing something, maybe a few of their own, or slaves, as they have them, to create something that might draw someone over, you know, phenomena. From there, once they get space travel, they just spread madness like a plague. They go to a little settlement, they attack it, they kill, enslave most of them, leave a few stragglers, leave a few ships, make sure the area is good and corrupted. Those stragglers will either mutate, kill each other, or a few will run away, tainted. They'll spread it like a disease. Slowly but surely you get madman preachers in every major planetary system. Meanwhile, a shadow army of, you know, evil demigods just show up and leave almost no survivors. They're a myth. They're a legend. They wouldn't fight you directly because they don't need to. Now in Battletech that's a little bit more complicated, but that's kind of where it starts, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I see where you're going with it, yeah.
Yeah. It's the idea that it's the same thing with orcs. Sure, an initial orc group, even a big fucking Wa, would die in the inner sphere. They tukey in it because orcs are stupid like that. You know, unless their war boss or warlord is uniquely clever, but let's not be a dick about it, right? Because then it's not fun.
Ultimately,
the majority of them.
I mean, there is
Well,
a
it's a-
chance that the war boss is already big enough to be on a mech scale.
Well,
Like
that's
bigger.
exactly it. Like, it may be a mech scale war boss, and suddenly you're fighting a kaiju. That's not unheard of in the Inner Sphere. We fought kaiju.
Yeah, no, it's not so much that the orcs don't. It's not so much haha orcs win. It's that now it's a problem forever. Now suddenly the Inner Sphere has a uniting problem. Some planets, as you're trying to reclaim them from the, like say if it's an orc watch like Genghis Khan, right? They show up, they just lay waste in a straight line, and eventually they peter out or they lose discipline, or someone learns if you kill the leader, they all start infighting with like fucking clockwork. Eventually they're dispersed and defeated, and their main armies are destroyed to as far as we know. You'll still just have them show up on certain planets, and since Fast Phenomics states that most Battletech planets are like 2-city worlds, right? And then there's a bunch of villages and smaller settlements. Orcs could populate any wasteland on any planet. Now it's just an endemic issue. You have club-wielding savages that just show up every season.
Basically, get Borderlands.
That's something the guard has to deal with, is they do send teams out there with flamethrowers to try and essentially curtail it. Ultimately, though, what size units are we sending from each? And I'm assuming 40k in troop into Battletech is what we're going with.
The only other way around that I've ever thought of this working.
Okay, so what size? What size on
So here's the thing. I'm not good with logistics. I'm a big ideas man, but this is why we have you.
That's why we have us.
So let me think here. So let's go favorable scenarios for long-term industry interaction rather than like, oh, this goes off like a fucking, anywho. An Imperial Expeditionary Force, or Exploratory Fleet, is actually a pretty weird formation in that they're kind of exotic, because they're made up of whoever the Mechanicus can grab on hand to come with them on a sweet adventure for technology and conquest.
Damn it.
But an Exploratory Fleet has your Arc Mechanicum, which is a large factory ship, basically. It's kind of like an aircraft carrier, functionally. And then I'm assuming from there you have your typical Imperial Navy contingent of, what, like 8 destroyers, maybe a battleship, 3 cruisers. Anyway.
Brief interjection. For the actual exploratory expeditions organized by the Mechanicus essentially operates alone, because you don't see a lot of, well, honestly, any real cross-service interaction between for these sorts of things.
There is actually an exception to this, because the Mechanicus do sometimes have to call upon specialists, because if they assume there's something they're coming across, they bring other people along. Space Marine chapters are sometimes oath-bound to join them on these things, or at least they're required to ask sometimes.
Yes, but those are one of those things where if they're setting out, they think that's going to happen. If they just end up, that's a different problem.
This is fair. My assumption was that maybe it's a Ghoul Stars journey. The idea is we're going into pretty nasty uncharted space.
Always nice
Anyway.
to get resupplied.
So, assuming Naval Task Force, you're probably looking at one vessel of like battle cruiser or potentially battleship size as the flagship. Probably a mix of light and light cruisers, some destroyers. Oh no, you're probably looking at maybe 30 to 40 vessels.
I'm just gonna go high-low.
And if, again, for the sake of a holistic, because the idea here is to try to give everyone a rounded taste of what the Imperium has, because the Imperium is a series of factions in a trench coat, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if you want to give a good showing, you kind of need to have a little bit of everybody.
across.
So you assume maybe
So
a
come over
company of
here.
Astartes with maybe a strike
This box
cruiser.
right here.
Or if you want to get fancy, a battle barge and a full contingent of 1,000. But this is, let's assume they're more of a small asset, right?
Yeah.
Because that's usually what a chapter would send. They wouldn't just come along for the ride. So this expeditionary force shows up probably on a periphery region. If we dump them in the middle, although that is a thing the warp can do, and it would be kind of interesting if they just showed up over Tharkat, let's say. 3049 and suddenly. But realistically, let's be nice.
Let's assume that they end up in the periphery area and they make their way in because they recognize the planetary alignment at least and see that, like, oh, Terra should be towards the center.
So here's what I'm gonna say. ground-based, Battletech is going to carry it all the way.
Pretty much.
The space-based elements and just the fact that 40K naval warfare is a common thing, and they have experience with it, and they're operating, quite frankly, at a different scale of building than the Inner Sphere is. I'm going to have to give this to 40K if they're on the offensive from an orbital perspective. If they try to actually hold anything, they're going to get drowned.
And and that's part of the reason why it's like, yeah, that's true, but also the fact that, like, unlike 40K though, 40K can't necessarily build and replace, whereas the Inner Sphere can.
Depending on when we're doing it.
Yes, when you're doing it does make a big difference in that, but...
Oh yeah, no, if we're talking, like, just coming out of the Succession Wars, technically the Inner Sphere...
Imagine if they show up in the middle of the Star League.
Well, no, if they show up in the middle of the Star League, unless it's a full-blown crusading force, Kerensky's gonna make mincemeat out of these fuckers. I'm sorry, it's just... That's the reality.
It also plays down to how... ultimately what goal the this Imperial Expedition Force tries to pull off and how they decide to go about it.
Well, and that's the other part. We were also discussing, like, what if it was a rogue trader?
Honestly, rogue trader's just gonna profit and call it a day.
And that's what we were thinking too. Like, their whole big thing would just be like, all right, well, I'm gonna make some money while I'm here and find out what's going on.
Do you know how much money a rogue trader would make in the Inner Sphere just with, like, the random ass knickknacks he has on his ship?
Oh, hell yeah. Literally a planet's ransom, you mean? He could easily sell big
They would probably buy their own small, like, pirate kingdom, essentially.
He would probably get into a war with Comstar.
Well, that's the thing, yeah, but
because he would effectively have a warship at a time period when no one else did.
Oh, yeah.
If it was that time period.
Except for Comstar.
Now, what if it was the Ill Clan era?
Ironically, I think the furries killed them all. Well, first of all, that's the thing, right? So here's my little thing.
Not the actual furries, just the clans. Actual furries, I don't have anything against you. Don't bomb my mailbox.
Yes,
that would be a federal crime, but please don't do that. Because then
please don't put a pipe bomb in my mailbox. It is an easy, effective solution for murdering people. And it is a federal crime, and you will get caught, but I will be dead, and I'd prefer not to be.
Actually, I wouldn't. You would actually end up killing a few people. I am not one of them. I do not handle my own mail until significantly further down the process.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, don't kill foreign nationals.
Yeah, no, let's not.
Do not be an international incident. Do not be the Bjork stalker.
Don't be a foreign terrorist.
Yeah, let's not do any of this.
Let's not turn furries into international terrorists.
International terrorism. All right, cool. See, wholesome.
Look at this.
Now, discussing war crimes. So here's the thing: Ill Clan era makes an interesting fucking argument because while the whole setting is more advanced, I'd argue it's not actually as cohesive. So this is the thing, right? Ill Clan has a lot of rebuilding because there's this big period of peace that the well, not a huge period, but there was a period of peace that the Republic of the Sphere ushered in for a lot of rebuilding. And then that was promptly pissed away during the big gray out because everyone lost their mind for a minute. So what's happening is that you have a lot of, it's kind of stated in Bonfire of Worlds that armies are not as big as they used to be, but they're more advanced than they used to be, right?
I'll take it.
Because there's this weird shift.
That's a recurring theme in general with history.
Oh yeah, of course. It's just, we're talking about a specific time period. An Imperial force, because how the Imperium works, they don't send tendrils out, they would work as a giant male fist in most situations, because that's how you keep loyalty, you stick together, that's kind of their model, which is why conquering space is difficult for them. But if they want to go somewhere, there's very little anyone in Ill Clan could stop them. Nobody's warship fleets are that concentrated. Nobody's forces are that concentrated right now. Everyone's spread out in a spider's web trying to fight a bunch of individual skirmishes for whatever they can hold on to.
Well, to be perfectly fair, there is one specific empire that might have a chance against them. And that is the Oberon Confederation's Far Fleet. because that is a pirate kingdom of the old pirate kingdom of fucking like Red Jack Ryan, Blackbeard, like that is the Old Testament of like pirates, and they have the Farflung fleet, which is in the Oberon Confederation. It's technically under their control. That is made up of basically a bunch of Jolly Rogers. Like, we're talking a couple hundred.
Just a reaver fleet, just a horde of lightly armed sloops.
Pretty much.
Nice.
There is one thing, however, that is there with it. They actually have control of a Nimbus 3 yard ship. That's how they service all their ships and keep their fucking shit together.
Literally a Mongol horde in space.
Pretty much. And, like, they're content to sit out in space and just raid the Steiners.
That's, I mean, I don't know what you could do about that kind of fucking amount of firepower. What's the kind of, I mean, I guess being pirates, mech support's sort of so-so, even in a fleet that big. But you gotta imagine, that can carry a decent amount of tonnage.
Oh yeah, but it's basically retrofitted as a city that services their dropships.
You know, I forget that Ill Clan era has been very nice to the periphery in some ways.
I mean, we are perpetually on the edge of the Taurian Concordat performing, so we will see.
Anyway, long and short, that's another fun thing. Taurian Concordat versus any amount of Imperial force would be just a fucking nuclear slap fight that ends with them striking the Taurian homeworld with, like, Life Eater virus.
I was about to say, because the Imperials don't even really blink at that.
No, they don't. Well, it's also... So here's the thing that I find interesting, right? So we briefly touched on how the Imperials would view spheroids. Ultimately, they'd view them as, like, the fundaments of pure humanity from a time long lost. They're Dark Age humans. This is before they likely started mutating psychically. Like, this is a pure population. They have to be under Imperial control now. Basically. They now must be protected from themselves forever and in perpetuity. In his glorious name, amen. But also the idea that this is a time before the Emperor revealed himself, so they probably believe he's somewhere in the Inner Sphere. Somebody has to be the Emperor right now. That's literally something they'd have to believe.
I mean, the Emperor could be taking one of his dark naps.
Exactly, like, they don't know that necessarily, but think about the possibility. Like, that nobody's gonna get fervent about that idea. No one's gonna get that idea in their head, and then, like, a section of the fleet's gonna be that radicalized all of a sudden. This is the Imperium. And who wouldn't encourage that? It's the Crusade, right? You know, it becomes one pretty quickly, depending on...
It's one of those things where it depends on who's in command and what they run with.
Yeah, and that's
because
the thing.
A Rogue Trader fleet still wouldn't give a shit.
Yeah,
and,
Rogue
like,
Traders, no shit's given.
And also, let's be honest, that's going to be something as a command staff and maybe, like, the armsmen where it's a problem. For, like, the, I was going to say the orderlies, but really the people who work the ship by and large, the Imperium doesn't give a fuck.
No. It's more of just, it depends on who, right? Because any Mechanicus vessel would be all over everything. So that's kind of the interesting part, is that the technology of the setting... But it does depend on who, but ultimately you have to understand that almost nothing in Battletech, depending on your era, even in Ill Clan, is not tech heresy. Aside from SDS systems. SDS systems are complete heresy. SDS systems would get the word plate. I mean, there would actually be a schism amongst the mechanics of whether or not heresy is stated. Because the knowledge of SDS systems is on it.
So what I'm hearing is I'm not hearing a downside to introducing 40k into Battletech and having them go to the word plate.
Not at all.
Well, here's the thing: the word of Blake
or
and
awkwardly fuse at the hip, one or
like,
the other.
They would side with Comstar essentially, because Comstar would essentially be like, no, we don't want these anymore.
It's like, well, Comstar would just be like, we're essentially doing our best Mechanicus impression anyway. We're just a little different about it,
right? Well, that's what's interesting. If any Mechanicus worth his salt, understanding the situation, like, okay, Star Chart. Humanity that is more advanced, that's the thing, right? It's the dark age of technology to them because the people here are comparatively advanced. They don't have everything the Imperium has, like, you know, they don't have, like, our bionic technology necessarily, they don't have certain plasma weaponry, but holy shit, do they have mechs that just, they can build these things. They can build 100-ton war machines. Just, we need like a catechism and like an 87-man work crew. People die building Titans. You know what I mean? Most people can build an Atlas, and the work crew lives to see next week. it's a marvel. So ultimately, if the Mechanicus make contact with any with a Comstar or a Word of Blake XP, but let's say both at the same time, the Word of Blake might
There's another
get your
gun
interest.
chest down there.
Really weird.
Down at the bottom there on the right.
So Aliens Dark Descent came out there.
It's interesting to see the Word of Blake would have their ear for a moment before they saw the extent of what they were doing, and then it would be like, purge.
Like, sorry, you gotta die.
Regretfully, he decided to, because the thing is, abominable intelligence, I explained this in the last stream, but I'll lay it out for you, Haji, just so you know the rules. Abominable intelligence is not so much a machine that has some level of self-will or determination. That certain machine spirits do that. Certain, like, you remember the Land Raider that went berserk after its crew died, just kept killing orcs until the Astartes found it again. Like, these things happen, right? It's understood that machine spirits can have motive will, but they don't have malevolence. Like, that's the difference.
Crimson Fist on Rin's World.
Yes, exactly. Sorry.
I was thinking about it because I knew that story.
Yeah. And ultimately, there's also another bit where a young adept is trying to bless a Bane Blade that's been freshly made, and he messes up the catechism, and the Bane Blade, its IFF systems go haywire, and it just rolls through the factory, killing everything until it's restrained eventually. These are things that advanced Imperial machines do, but the difference is that it doesn't act with intent or malevolence. It's just malfunctioning, or it's acting out like an animal.
Essentially,
Meanwhile, an SDS system knows how to kill you, thinks about killing you, and at some point desires it.
Well, ultimately, it's the difference between an animus and an actual intelligence.
Exactly. And so, ultimately, that's the line. So, depending on the era, if SDS systems are a thing, the Mechanicus standard...
Oh god, I don't know how to get to you.
Yeah,
the thing they are sworn to do is destroy any civilization, any fundament of that civilization that crafted abominable intelligence, because it's believed that all their technological progress up to this point has to have been corrupted somehow. It has to be a pathway to, hell, essentially. So if it's Starleague era and it's a Mechanicus Explorator fleet, the Jihad is on. It just is. It doesn't matter. Amaris, Kerensky, doesn't matter. Everyone's gotta die. This technology is known. You're all fucked. Which, why it wouldn't work. And ironically, the SDS systems would probably destroy the Mechanicus, which,
Yeah.
To be fair, the SDS systems are terrifying.
They're just so much more maneuverable. It's from
I guess
everything
ultimately
I've
it
read.
comes down to range. Like, at what range do they... Because essentially a huge part of how naval systems work, or naval warfare works with Battletech, is the predictability of where people are going to enter the system. You've got two options.
Here's the thing. The problem is that, and this was the other thing I talked about the last time, which is that people don't seem to understand how powerful the ECMs in Battletech actually are. Because an SDS system's ECM capability is that of an entire system. Like a planetary system of Sol. A single SDS system can cover the entire swath of Sol.
And Terra was defended by hundreds of them.
Well, so it's one of those things where ECM systems, and I'm not talking about Battletech specifically, I'm talking about how they work real world-wise.
Yeah.
Is you have a series of detection methods that you want to defeat. Now, broadly speaking, like, so for example, words are hard. Because ECM is an active measure, you are actively going out and fucking with something by doing an emission, whether it be radio, whether it be light as a laser, or heat, radiation, what have you. I briefly lost my train of thought. This is going to get really weird.
You're trying to defeat specific measures that are named within the system itself. ECMs in Battletech are very comprehensive.
Yeah, so very comprehensive, but at the same time, it's one of those things where the actual detection systems of 40K scale ship aren't really gone into beyond they have that. And
well, yes and
ultimately-
no. The other problem of ECM systems is that they can shut down other systems.
Well, so again, that's by going out and interfering with another system, and so that's through part of the mission, like another radio broadcast or using an actual direct energy, essentially a very light laser, to fuck with the sensor optic. That's not something you're going to guarantee in regards to whatever the fuck the Imperium is actually using for the sensor package.
Okay.
Especially...
So this is where it gets more terrifying. SDS systems have the capability of learning how to defeat systems.
So I understand that. However, that's also an issue of if you have different technology bases, in which case they do, and you're operating on different scales, yes, I understand it's a self-adapting AI. If it doesn't know what the fuck it's looking at, it's only going to run through a certain amount of things and then start throwing shit at the wall.
Yeah, which still could be effective to a certain degree.
Potentially, but I'm going to argue the range in this is
Well, allow me to give you an anecdote. There is an anecdote for a ghost ship of an SDS system that was lost during the American Civil War that was found by Comstar at one point. They had far greater technology by this point, detection systems and so on. This particular SDS system had not seen combat, as far as they understood, since then, and had been simply drifting as a exploratory ghost ship for a long-ass time. Now, what happened was, as soon as they activated their own countermeasure systems, it immediately began to adapt by running through subroutines against stuff it didn't know, because the system was new. It was throwing shit at the wall. It very quickly discovered how to shut down the engines to the Explorer Corps' Comstar ship and board the ship.
So I understand that, but again, it's still working off of the same generalized tech base, because you've got maybe 400 years of tech, maybe. There's a huge difference between that and the random ass bullshit 40K pulls out across, 38,000 years of tech drift.
This is what I was saying, is that unfortunately a lot of Imperial ships now are basically composites. Pieces of them are assembled based on STC, correct, but like the technology in the STC and the component parts can vary wildly from their era of origin and their adaptation to. Remember, none of it's necessarily pure. Like, the Terminator armor is based off an STC for a hazardous environment suit, but in reality, they've specifically crafted it into a armor weapon of war. So, basically what I'm getting at, and what I guess me and you are both getting at, is that, I think an ECM system would not be effective. You can totally fuck with certain systems on an Imperial ship, but I don't think it would be capable of wholly. And let's consider areas of the ship that are basically run by organic power. Like, we have the meme of, them using gangs of 1,000 slaves and, like, maybe a dozen servitors to fire a fucking macro cannon. That's mostly...
It's one of those things where I understand where they're going with, but we have a certain amount of tech obsolescence, right? Part of the reason that, nuclear silos still run off the same technology from the 50s and 60s is because modern day technology cannot top them.
Yeah, that's exactly true. The terrifying part is that SDSs are designed to figure that out.
Yeah, but again...
They're that malevolent.
I understand what you're saying, but this is, again, one of those things
So
where...
here's the thing. They hacked the cybernetics to the people on board.
Why is that networked?
Why? It's not. That's the thing. The SDS system has the benevolent capability of figuring out how to contact and relay on frequencies that it should not be capable of doing. If it lives long enough, it will find a way.
That's not what I mean. That's not tech. That's space magic.
Well, it's not really space magic. That's it using its capability of
if you have
hacking into
something
the
that
neural
cannot
networks.
receive a signal and you're manipulating it by sending a signal at it, that's space magic.
Well, not entirely, because it still receives a signal. It's just a biological signal.
In short,
Again,
the
if the inputs don't match,
brainwave.
that's still
Data,
space
brainwave.
bullshit.
No, the inputs match, because what it's sending is a biological signal to that piece of equipment and overriding the equipment's piece of information coming from your brain, shutting off your cybernetic.
A purely digital form is broadcasting a signal across the void that is read as a biological signal from something that shouldn't be able to receive signals beyond an actual direct connection.
The cybernetics in Battletech do receive signals.
Beyond a direct connection.
Without a direct connection. Yeah, that's the terrifying part.
That means they're networked. That means they're idiots.
Well, that's probably also true. Let's be fair. Because it doesn't say specifically that they're networked. But that's probably true.
If it can receive another signal, it has the capability to be networked.
Well, yes, they can, because part of what Comstar uses some of their cybernetics to be able to do with their stuff is to be able to access some of the other networks inside of, like, SDS systems, inside of their own cache systems.
No, I understand what you're saying. But ultimately, that's one of those things where they were being an idiot. And ultimately, I know I'm being broad here. These systems should not be able to talk to each other. I don't care if it's a god machine. It should not be able to do that. This is space magic.
I think I have a solution that you might accept. It might be the Word of Blake, or not Word of Blake, the Comstar specifically, and later the Word of Blake, specifically designs their augments with a sort of backdoor so that you might be able to shut off a certain disobedient acolyte's brain if you need to.
While I'm willing to accept that, that sort of exception would not exist if you, in this, again, slightly contrived 40k meets Battletech scenario.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that because it is a biological computer, it should not be able to affect it.
Well, I'm saying at this point, for an SDS to be able to pull it off, the SDS needs to be chaos, or it basically needs to be Necron level bullshit.
I will give you Necron level bullshit sometimes. Because there is some Necron level bullshit SDSs can do. They are terrifying machines in the sense of, like, the Casper systems were destroyed for a reason.
Well, at that point, that is a level of technology that, according to Battletech's own technology base, it shouldn't have been able to achieve.
It shouldn't, but they destroyed it.
Because the foundational technologies, you can't just go.
You can't just go from base AI to Casper.
To be honest, any battle, fucking.
But this is also that same idea of, like, 80s mantra of, like, AI getting out of control. Like, suddenly you have a very basic AI and it just goes rogue.
Because we were really bored as people. I get what you're saying. It's still space magic bullshit at this point.
And I will give you that. It is kind of a Battletech space magic bullshit. But the SDS systems are terrifying pieces of equipment because when I was building the SDS system and I was going over the stats and trying to figure out exactly how it actually works and how it's supposed to function, especially in setting, because nobody really has a, like, stat block for this motherfucker. I was building and putting it together, and the Casper AI system does actually have entries for what it can do. And one of the things it can do is it can hack into people who have cybernetics of level 3 or above. Which means that those cybernetics have the capability of connecting to something, like you said, more than likely. But it has to do specifically where it said, like, you know, the connections between the systems allow for the Casper system to send signals to those pieces of equipment on multiple frequencies until it can access it, and then use that to either shut it down or use it to attempt to kill you.
Alright, fair enough. Changing gears very slightly. Do you want the vid just DM'd to you, or do you want me to throw it in Goon Chat?
You can throw it in Goon Chat if you want.
Alright, there you go.
Grenade fishing! Hooray! The orc in me is pleased.
My NCO forcing me out of my barracks scramble and socialize. I didn't mean
Fucking
to
accurate, I
goof.
tell you.
Wait, LT when he gives approaching vehicle a warning shot, the guy Mark 19 lands a 40 millimeter grenade right through the windshield. Sir, fire a warning shot, Patterson. Sir, this is an M32 grenade launcher. Grenade launcher, schmade launcher. Fire a warning shot. Let me look at this grenade machine.
Well, it's a lot of things running up to a single instance of it, essentially.
Well, good thing I don't have it up on the screen.
Yeah.
I was about to say.
This, kids, and for all you streamers out there to remember, make sure you watch things on another monitor first, so that way you know if it's safe. This is not safe. This is not an activity approved for YouTube. You can listen, but you can't see.
And just, yeah.
Выходи с поднятыми руками, будешь жить! Там опасный участок слева. Гранату можно? Надо гранату. Стой, подожди, я кину. Гранаты закидай! Подожди.
Спидание, ну, тот сейчас. Man, why are your trenches so damn deep like this? And if you're being approached...
Well, that's what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, but like, if you're being encroached on this hard already, like...
Well, so I'll explain some of the context after.
Yeah, I think the context is important here with this one, because I'm like, why are you still in a trench?
Realistically, they should have pulled back at this point.
Yeah.
But there's a combination of things that have happened. And there are a couple things about this that are super interesting to me, just like tactical choices.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting points to that. So I'd love to hear the context.
All right, so this is from Greater Context based on additional information. This video dropped yesterday. It was published by actual Ukrainian Foreign Affairs, so this has been through their public affairs office. This is something approved for public release, which means it's something they want to be put out there, if that makes sense. That's something I try to caveat everything with, because people don't really understand that, like, all the footage that is coming out from the Ukrainian side is still being pushed through public affairs, guys.
Fog of war is still very much in effect.
Yes, but the fact that it's going through public affairs means there's a certain amount of input over whether it gets released or not. Moving on.
Yeah.
So for context, based on additional information, Ukrainian SOF encircled the Russian trench position near Zaporizhia and entered through the rear access point. Rather than wait for follow-on forces to clear the trench, Ukrainian SOF entered the trench and began to clear it using what is technically referred to as infiltration/stormtrooper tactics. Videos from the helmet cam of the Ukrainian SOF operator, and while nothing too graphic... sorry, I'm reading the same blurb I sent from someone else.
Yeah.
We do see 10x individuals approximately be liquidated in the process. It's useful as a demonstration of difficulties of trench warfare in a way we try to avoid it with maneuver warfare whenever possible. Interestingly, among many other decisions they made, they seem to be running suppressed AR platforms chambered in something other than standard NATO 5.56. I'm not 100%. I think they're running suppressed 300 blackout subsonic.
I was gonna say, because it sounded so quiet. But like,
which is a really interesting choice, but it makes sense for those sorts of close-in fighting.
Yeah. Although the one guy's gun like was rocking really hard, and I could see the subsonic diffusion coming off of it. I think he was running 50 Beowulf.
He might have been. Honestly, it's probably a team-by-team mix or operator-by-operator mix at that point.
But it may also just be a mix of like what you can get.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, so these guys, these are soft. These aren't. They're getting first pick everything as it goes through. Yeah.
Well,
so this,
to be fair, if I could get Blackout or Beowulf in a trench warfare scenario, I'll take it.
Also, what's interesting about this is normally we only see Ukrainian SOF operating at night. Partially because, well, for the most part, they have NVGs and the Russians don't. And we've seen incidences in other offensives where essentially Ukrainian SOF has mapped out which Russian units have night vision capabilities and have been hitting the ones that don't. And so we've seen instances where essentially a platoon of Ukrainian SOF will clear out an entire Russian company overnight. Which has led to some really interesting side-by-side things. But, so this position had essentially been encircled. Like, envelopment forces are coming in, conventional forces. SOF may have, been tip of the spear and got there ahead of everyone else. Probably being pushed in as, like, a blocking force to essentially make sure reinforcements couldn't get in. But they made the decision to go in and clear themselves rather than shifting that off to the actual infantry component.
Huh. Okay, that is fascinating.
Because realistically, yeah, SOF is going to be better trained for this sort of thing, but this is not the meat grinder you normally would want SOF to be doing.
No, it is definitely not.
From a very, grim perspective, this is something that line infantry should be doing. Well, trained line infantry, but this is line infantry work.
It is. It very much is.
So yeah, there's a lot of interesting discussion.
Let me
interesting
heal the car.
choices.
This doesn't take me too long. I'm gonna do it the fast way.
One more shot. There you go.
Use a rocket launcher to heal a car.
I'll have no idea of actually how this war is unfolding until it has unfolded, and like everyone is.
It's definitely proven a couple
It's crazy to
things.
me to live through a modern conflict, because Desert Storm was nothing like this for us. Growing up was Desert Storm for me, and it's just I could watch fucking Taliban get blown away by drones on YouTube. Like it was just there. It was all there. This is so cloak and dagger. It's weird. I just don't know really which side is necessarily even in a winning position. Everything I hear is
partially because nobody's really in a winning position per se. It's
That's
just
kind of my
still
understanding.
going.
At this moment, yes, especially considering offensives are. People keep getting wound up in the day-to-day minutia. Offensives are honestly, on average, multi-month processes, and this is at its worst static defensive trench warfare. This is the exact sort of scenario we've spent the last 100 years trying to avoid. Maneuver warfare is all about either getting there before they can dig in, or just bypassing them entirely and letting them essentially be starved out.
Well, it's unfortunate. Well, both sides are using a lot of conscripts. Really, that's the thing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
But
conscripts are not motivated to die in the same way that volunteer men in the field do.
Well, to also be perfectly fair to that statement, though, conscription at the end of the day, just really at the end, it just comes down to whether or not you can motivate the people to actually fight. Conscription in World War II is very different than conscription now. Clearly, there are different motivations. There are different parties involved.
Also, realistically speaking, if you have a choice and you have two different conscripts, one who might have just been like he's willing to be there, but he wasn't going to do it himself, and then someone who actually had to get the ticket to go, sort of thing, you're going to give them different jobs.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Realistically, the guy who doesn't want to be there but is still doing his job, sort of thing, but he wouldn't have come if you didn't, essentially force him to. I'm putting that dude on, like, you're going to carry heavy boxes, like, 50 miles away from the front line. That's going to be your job.
Yeah, of course. But if this is a static warfare that's kind of turned into a meat grinder, well, how many of the willing have you gone through already?
Well, and again, and that's the sort of thing where you see SOF and then actual, infantry volunteers, because teeth units by and large being a British term, like, say, the massed infantry formations, even in conscription-heavy environments, Russians kind of being an exception. When you have massed conscription like that, you don't put them in the teeth units. You put them in the support units, and you transfer support personnel who are volunteers and who are willing to move. You transfer them into the actual line units.
Yep.
Because a conscript line unit isn't really good for anything other than just sitting in a position taking pot shots.
Pretty much. It becomes very different when you have people who are paid to do that job. Like, paid professionals are very different than people who are not.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's just wild to me that in current year we still have fucking World War I style. I mean, not exactly obviously scale.
No, this is relatively
like,
close.
The concept is you can still bayonet a motherfucker to death. I'm sure we'll get fucking stories of that coming out sooner or later.
Well, to be perfectly clear, like in this clip, you pretty much they are at the range where if you had a bayonet, you probably would have used it.
Exactly.
Just to save on ammunition.
I would argue at this point they have.
Sorry.
I would argue at this point they have hit the range where bayonets are no longer feasible because you are trying to swing that around.
Oh, well, when I say bayonet, usually it's to stab somebody into a position, hold them down, and put 3 shots into their stomach or something.
I realize that, but actual bayonet
so what you're
tactics
saying is
outside
it's
of...
Mighty Krieg shovel time. E-tool time!
Well, to be fair, a trench shovel would be a very useful tool in this kind of trench warfare.
Very far in your journey.
Yeah, that's fair.
It is not yet over.
Because that is really close range. That man was point blank.
A lot of them were.
It's wild to me that soon we're going to be hearing stories of this is the thing, right? I say bayonet range, and then I wonder how long until the Russians start pushing old reserve Mosins out.
They already have.
Well, I mean, they shoved all those to the DPR and the LPR. LNR? DPR, LNR? I believe
LMR.
So. LN?
LM.
Are you sure?
I'm fairly certain it's LMR. I'm very likely could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
All these breakaway separatist militias and their silly acronyms.
Lima Papa Romeo.
LPR? Wait, say that again?
LPR, so Luhansk People's Republic, also known as the LNR because of how Russians spell people. Yeah, so LPR, LNR, and then DPR or DNR. Depends on who you're talking to.
Okay, I see. I guess the M sounds like an N to me, more often than not.
Yeah, and then just
because English is my first language, and Russian would be my second.
All Call of Duty Black Ops Top is that Russian is a silly acrylic language, but I don't think I'll ever learn how to read because it looks too much like alien gobbledygook from Mars.
I know you meant Cyrillic, but the fact that you said acrylic just sent me through a loop.
Yeah, I do that.
It was funny though.
It was funny.
But they were
extremely
funny.
High.
You got the funny man language.
Oh shit.
You got funny alien script that was used to make Borderlands language and most other games.
Look, the eternal Slav can Slav all he wants. I'm just saying, your language looks silly.
Yeah, Lord knows we do some weird shit too.
Oh, of course. I mean, God, the thing that I love about clan speak is that it's just lead speak. It's just what we already do. Chalk cow.
I just grabbed the class mod and the rifle.
Oh, here, real quick. Anybody who's more learned than me, what the fuck does Stravog dog actually mean? What is a Stravog?
Stravog?
It's a clan term. Stravog dogs. It's a normal insult they throw around. It just says clan epithet on Sarna, so it doesn't really tell me what the fuck it means. Just that it's what you call a scallywag, I presume.
Pretty much like a Stravog dog would be like a. I remember looking this up before because it's actually in my it's in my fucking Twitch chat stuff for like whenever people are doing whenever they're doing like the events inside a Twitch chat, whenever you lose, it calls you that.
Yeah, that is pretty funny.
Essentially, it means bastard.
I figured that's about the way it's said. Like, I could infer what the swear was. I thought, what the fuck? What a weird word. Like,
Well, it's somebody. Russian? It's like an old blood name that's like been cursed.
Wow.
All right, fair enough. I'm impressed. What's he doing back out there again? Sorry, some specific. One second. Oh, so you know the Father's Day, the song I posted in Goon Chat for Father's Day?
Yeah,
I don't know if any of y'all listen to it.
I do.
It is not YouTube appropriate.
No, it most certainly is not. That's why I will not play it.
Yes, I just wanted to get ahead of that. Yeah, so I
That's
sent that
why
to
I
my
listened
dad.
to it beforehand. Oh, that's beautiful.
I sent that to him for Father's Day. He thought it was hilarious.
I was really tempted to send it to my dad too. I'm like, I don't know if he's based enough. But I did send him the what is it, the NATO Eurobeat thing.
Oh yeah.
And he thought that was kind of awesome. Make NATO based again. He was very confused by it. He was like, "It's a cool video, but like, why did you send this to me?" I thought it was cool.
It's the Fire Hawk.
Also, just so Oz got me onto the whole habitual line crosser videos. Now I'm having a hard time not looking at them. But there was one line that just sticks with me, where essentially Ukraine is dumping on Russia for like their troops geotagging themselves everywhere, and it's just Bin Laden had better cell phone discipline than you, and I can't get away from that now.
Oh, and it's so true.
The Taliban did win.
No, they didn't.
Well, not really.
They just changed regime.
It's one of those things where it's complicated.
It's complicated, but I still stand by my words. They didn't win, they just changed people. And I know some fucking Navy SEAL out there will argue with me about that. I don't care. Argue with me. I don't give a shit. I would know because you killed most of their leadership, and guess what? Next week they had a new one.
Fucking God. Yeah, first off, you're not wrong. Also, so terrorism/insurgency is a very Darwinian profession, and the smart ones, the dumb ones died pretty quickly.
Yeah, but like...
The smart ones go on to be a pain in the ass for 30 years.
Yeah, like, being in the Taliban or being a terrorist essentially is one of two things. You either die in a blaze of glory, or you're going to become a thorn in a government's side for a long ass time doing small things to piss somebody the fuck off.
I mean, I am now reliably informed that I'm reliably informed that it now involves a lot of Microsoft Office, and they're not happy about it.
Yeah, well, they can blame the fact that all of our corporate companies sold out to the idea of, making profit at any marginal cost. And they're more than willing to work with people who are unsavory.
Oh no, it was more just a matter of, well, they've gone from an insurgent group to a government again, and now they're actually trying to be a modern government, and they're realizing it, and a lot of their guys who just, signed up to take pot shots and get paid are really hating life. And I'm just like, yes, suffer as a white-collar worker.
Welcome to the civil service.
Essentially, yes. You are in ironic hell. This is great.
That's big. I want that dead.
Probably not needed.
I'll be gone next weekend, but this weekend, this weekend, I'll be around, and Aliens Dark Descent just came out.
Oh.
So I'll probably be streaming that to the server.
Nice. When does the Extermination one come out?
So the update to Starship Troopers Extermination goes live on the 22nd. And it gives mutators and turrets, or twin machine gun replacements. When the game comes out entirely, I have no idea. It is supposed to add a new zone to this enemy system. but you where that is.
Dead.
Yep.
I was about to start singing the song just because I don't. Nope, we're not doing that.
I don't know, is it copyrightable if we sing the song ourselves?
No, but it's profane enough that I don't think YouTube would like the non-artist saying it.
Which song?
The Father's Day song.
Oh, that one. Yeah, no, that wouldn't really go over so well.
And that's what I was like, nope, I stopped myself.
But what you can sing is the EDF anthem, Starship Troopers anthems.
Yeah, they took the version of Clendathi Drop that I'm familiar with off of Spotify, so it's no longer in my playlist.
Oh, that's just sad.
And now I need to go find it again, because that song is amazing.
It is. What a terrible thing to do, Spotify.
And honestly, it probably wasn't their choice.
Why? Why is that the better choice?
No, I said that just probably wasn't their choice.
Oh. Well, you
That
know,
was probably
make better
like either the
decisions.
rights pirate or yeah, whatever.
They need to make better decisions and, you know, leave the song.
Man, if you ever want to get turned around, go read Al Jazeera. Like, it's good reporting, but man, the columns come out of nowhere sometimes.
Well, it sounds sincere.
Yeah.
It is the only news outlet allowed to, you know, criticize Saudi Arabia.
So, yeah, but interestingly, they're also the only news outlet allowed to criticize the Qatari royal family, who funds them. But they
Sorry,
don't abstain.
that's who I meant.
Yeah, but they don't abstain from it, which is kind of interesting to me.
Yeah, just like, you know what? We'll let the people get their steam off in this way, and then we'll go back to ruling.
Well, it's like you hear a lot about the Saudi royal family with what's his name, Mohammed bin Salman, MBS, who is the crown prince right now. It's not time anyone heard anything from the Qatari royal family.
Now I'm sure my content will get banned in Saudi Arabia.
Was it already?
He is not.
Some of it is. Some of it is. And it mostly has to do with American artists who apparently have their shit banned in Saudi Arabia.
I can see that.
Surprisingly, it's a lot of classic rock.
Probably like political statements, like U2 or something like that.
No, not even U2. It was like AC/DC.
I'm gonna be really amused if AC/DC is banned and like Rage Against the Machine isn't.
Nope, wasn't banned.
Oh, that's amazing.
Because I know, because I played it in the same stream, because somebody asked for it right after playing like AC/DC for a bit, and then Pink Floyd, and then we had some Rage Against the Machine, and then the Offsprings. Offsprings also wasn't banned.
Huh.
Now that just may be a fluke per se.
Potentially, yeah. Or maybe it's just like whoever was adding to the ban list just stopped paying attention 20 years ago. 30 at this point.
I mean, maybe, but I guess like some of these labels have better producers who are still making money off their songs. Like AC/DC, like people are still making money off of AC/DC.
Yeah. Or maybe just one has a better legal department willing to go to bat for them, and one just said, yeah, it's not our problem.
And that seems reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
God, that repair kit is so hard to get to. Where's the fucking claptrap?
If you could see my marker, it's like right over here.
I can't. Gosh, Borderlands 1 didn't even have, like, cross markers.
Then follow the grenade.
Follow the grenade.
Okay.
Get away.
Time to play! Oh, that hurt!
Goodbye, Mr. Psycho. Your head
I'm
has
just
been
im-
removed.
I'm just imagining the whole Hans and Gretel thing where it's like leaving small signs in order to find their way back. But it's just some dude firing grenades out the back of a helicopter.
You know what that makes me think of?
Oh, the explosions.
Explosions are great.
It makes me think of Crisis. I think you just gotta follow the pipeline all the way back.
Maybe.
Which would kind of suck, but like, I guess.
No, I think I know where we're supposed to be. We're supposed to be up at the top bit before we jump down.
Well, while you're doing that, I'm gonna go pee really quick.
Oh my god, I'm leaking! I think I'm leaking! I'm leaking! There's oil everywhere!
Anything what I want to do for food. Go back on base, get some food there, or honestly just hit the corner store. That's probably a better idea.
Corner store
It's
is
just one of
probably
those
the better
things-
choice.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like, if I want an actual sit-down meal, it's going to take me like 30 minutes.
Well,
I have been away.
to be fair, you know it sounds pretty good? Corner store like udon or ramen.
Oh, so, because, you know, Taiwan is Taiwan, I got, what was, spicy beef noodle soup, and it was so good.
Nice.
Nice.
And it was in like this restaurant that was basically like a workers' cafeteria almost. Like, we make 3 things, we make them well, and that's all you're getting. And it was so good.
I am blessed. Tonight is leftover night. I have stuffing, pork chops, and cuttlefish chips.
I'm just trying not to spam Goon Chat with too many pictures. I already do enough.
No, spam
Spam
more.
away.
Spam
I
away.
like the meme.
Because the more you spam, the more interaction it is, and then my server doesn't seem like a dead farm.
It is a bit.
I'm sorry, I'll post more, jeez.
Yeah, feel free.
Yes.
But you can also post in the public channels if you want to, so all the world can see.
Do we have a food channel?
We have a food channel?
I was asking.
No, I could make one.
Yeah, it's up to you.
A food channel.
My lord and savior, my wonderful admin, can you make me a food channel?
Oh, Jesus.
I'm killing things right now.
Yeah, when you get a chance. I'm not asking you to do it now.
I'm really good at this.
Mostly because I'll be at work tomorrow and I will have access to the Discord tools that I'll need to be able to actually do it. 'Cause it's very hard to do that from mobile.
Ooh, I have a meme. It's 40k meme, but it's still a meme.
It's very...
I enjoy
what?
40k meme.
It's 40k meme.
Oh, it's a 40k meme. I thought you said it was very campy.
I mean, that is 40k.
I mean, yes.
Is 40k campy?
Well,
It has
pretty
a
campy.
lot of camp. Necromunda, dude.
Alright, fair
The
enough.
Attack of the
I always
80s,
like
that
the
is
fact that
Necromunda.
Necromunda maintains its consistency in canon by simply being the oldest, most intact hive world the Imperium ever has, so of course they have flying cars, and no one else does. It's just a planet that runs on rule of cool.
I mean, basically, yeah. I need to actually make my way over to Google Images.
I have lost track of the story and simply stare at a siren's ass.
I mean,
probably not a bad idea. Never got into Borderlands. I've played it, but I'm not super into it.
I've always been super into Borderlands. This was my relaxing game in all of like middle school and high school that I would go to whenever I was pissed off about stuff. And I was an angry kid.
And now we're just granted with issues, but still.
Oh yeah, that was all me.
Behold the soup.
Oh, that was pretty good.
It was.
Haha! Bullseye!
Was it good soup? Oh, that does look delicious.
That looks amazing. I'm very jealous. You sent it to me already, I think, actually.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, I think you.
might have.
I think you did, because I think I saw that before. That or I saw a picture of that before.
I think you've seen something because looking at my messages to you, I haven't sent it to you yet.
Somebody.
I have no idea.
You know what? I think somebody else sent me a picture of their food that looked very similar because they were having something similar.
So interestingly, so one USD is roughly 30 Taiwanese dollars right now.
Mm-hmm.
However, the purchasing power of a Taiwanese dollar is crap. A donut is 60 Taiwanese dollars.
Yeah.
So $2. And it was such the weird thing because you'd see people in like super threadbare denim outfits, like not knocking it or anything, but then they'd have like Apple Watches, and there's this weird middle zone of like, this feels like Korea before they got money in the 90s and started building everywhere. It still very much feels like that. Well, yeah, that's also plus.
I forgot about the Rack Hive.
Not that many people are working with
Good old vagina face.
Yep, it is a vagina face.
I wonder if god-awful symbiosis actually goes on. Well, Pandora's the nightmare planet anyway, so...
Oh, yeah, so, in regards to the Avatar game that they were talking about, how it's basically, Far Cry on Avatar, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, if it's on sale and I'm drunk, I'm probably gonna buy it. But
I don't know. I just don't trust them to let me play as a proper Marine and purge the fluids.
Yeah, but at the same time, they made Ubisoft made an Avatar game in like 2009, 2010, and it was fantastic. Because you were an Avatar driver who was brought on essentially as like a signals guy, doing what the dude does in the movie, except it's a parallel project. But there's a mole, you're trying to figure it out, and then the prologue essentially ends with you getting the choice to essentially desert as a Na'vi to the Na'vi, or try and arrest the mole, and if you try and arrest him, he kills your avatar body. And then you continue as a trooper. But then when you get to the penultimate act, you get the opportunity on both sides to defect again, if you want to.
Oh.
So it's honestly hilarious.
I've heard high praise from that one, actually, yeah.
So pretty much,
I just don't know.
Your choice can be meaningless, or you can stick by your morals.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which means that I'm gonna seem like a genocidal maniac to people.
Look. What have the Na'vi done for us? Aside from sit on top of all the unobtainium that rightfully belongs to humanity in Sacred Terra. We are God's chosen people. We are made in His image. They are not.
You're acting like we don't have side mining techniques.
Honestly, my only issue with all of like Avatar is that this is not how we would destroy a people if we wanted their resources. We've done that a lot. We're old hands at that practice.
So here's my issue with Avatar, right? If you wanted to turn it into a screed against colonialism, which I think was kind of the point, and then, you know, man's need to consume everything, all you really need to do, and do well, would just be the European playbook for Africa in the 1890s. It's already written. If you just do it there, it would have been fine. Not the stupidity that the RDA ended up trying to do for a while.
Yeah. Well, what they were trying to do is add some humanity into our heroes and have them be like people who were scientists that were trying to communicate and, you know, build a relationship, and the government was all for it because, like, if we can do this without bloodshed, then all the better.
It's just not what we would do, though. Like, realistically, like, look. I can understand humanity for a brief moment, entertaining the cutesy idea of, like, what about, like, Prime Directive, guys? And then I can imagine in 30 or 40 years, us shitting all over that concept and going, money.
Well, to be fair, Prime Directive doesn't even function as Prime Directive in like, Star Trek.
So setting aside the Star Trek thing for a moment, at its core, Earth is going through essentially a massive, not really described ecological fallout as a result of attempting to get resources and stuff like that. Unobtainium, if I remember the lore correctly, is essentially a room temperature superconductor.
Yes, that is correct.
Which,
Mike,
there's a lot of...
I found an Iridian weapon.
Ooh. What is that?
The Infinite Blaster 0010100111.
No. Just tell me the fucking gun. Okay.
What do you mean?
How does it shoot?
I don't know yet. I didn't use it yet. It's very weak, but it's infinite ammo.
Shoot it.
Here, I'll tell you in a sec here.
Yeah, I think of all weapon variety, Turok Evolution has the best shooting mechanics I've ever enjoyed. Especially the Hellbore.
It's the globule ball one.
I never really played that. Going back to the Avatar thing slightly. So I can kind of understand the whole, it's a room temperature superconductor. We need something like that to essentially make energy transfer significantly more efficient, prevent drop-off, and a bunch of other stuff. Loss of energy and transmission. It's not a perfect solution, but it's pretty damn useful.
It's a super useful mineral that's worth investing millions of dollars into.
Yeah, well, at this point, we're talking about quads, just because the effort to essentially do interstellar transfer, and all the supporting stuff. But then you get there, so either Unobtainium is, and to be fair, I haven't watched the second movie, so if any of these things are answered in the second movie, cool.
I haven't watched it either.
Movie, actually, Beth had a pretty decent dissertation on the second movie. Whales that are essentially, it's Dune. The second movie is just Dune in the water. The whales give you immortality, and that's it.
That frustrates me.
Yeah.
So, anyways, they go through all of this work and all this effort. Are we entertaining the idea that essentially the only significant ore deposit is under the World Tree? Because, like, we see them digging in other places, but that's potentially exploratory efforts. Is the only truly significant and economically viable resource deposit under the World Tree?
Yeah, because that's where it culminates, because it's a chemical that came from it based off of the biology of the tree itself.
So, we're either trying to harvest that shit as a recurring thing, or we may do something, you know, potentially short-sighted and just nuke the whole area, take the rock, and go away.
At least hang on to it.
Alright,
Yeah,
I'm
it's-
gonna go to sleep.
Alright.
So, I will talk to you all later.
Have a good one, man.
Your grenades should do more than just
Yeah.
explode.
Alternatively, you also have the whole thing of
With a new mod today.
well, so one of the big ways Western powers essentially maintain their influence within Africa was, propping up different tribes which were already fighting each other and stuff like that.
Mhm.
I don't believe for a moment that worship of AWOL was universal.
It seems to be by 2.
Okay.
I'm
But-
sorry. 2 really is a letdown.
So, okay. It is. All right, we're going to say it's universal. You're really telling me none of the other tribes have enough of an issue with this local tribe that if we went, hey, we're going to make your life really good as long as you kill these people for us, or you can take over this area that you've always wanted potentially, as long as you don't interfere with our access to this thing, we're good.
There's a
Supposedly-
reason for that.
There is 90 that there's a nearly infinite number of ways that would have been smarter to go about this than we're going to make blue people over the course of 25 years and then try and get them to like us.
So, a couple things to this.
Mhm.
The other tribes that exist, per se.
Yeah.
That's like the first part that goes into this. They're not exactly other tribes. The Navori are essentially the blue people are all the same people. They just live in different regions and have different connections. The world tree is basically like the data bank of memory storage in a biological fashion.
Okay.
There are other connection points that feed into the world tree. The
Okay.
thing that makes the world tree so special is it's basically the natural harmonious point where the culmination of the Navori people's biological data is stored.
So I'll let you finish and then I'll.
The reason why it makes room temperature superconductors, because I read into the science behind this, I don't know why, is
I heard the sarcasm there.
yeah. The reason why it makes room temperature superconductors essentially is because the tree itself is a superconductor. It's a giant biosystem computer. So they aren't actually separate people, they just live in separate regions, and they may have slightly differing cultures per se, but like nobody wants another person's territory per se because they are only naturally adapted to their specific territory.
Any conflict they come into is almost purely like a ritualistic thing, basically.
So the argument we're going with essentially is as a result of being linked across the planet by space magic bullshit, which is what I'm just going to call it now.
Yeah.
This species has essentially formed a monoculture with some local variants, but it's essentially a monoculture that is continuous throughout the world and is maintained through said space magic bullshit.
Yes, more or less.
Yeah. Pretty much on point.
Which is why we would just kill them with a plague. Like, let's be honest. We'd show up, say, oopsie poopsie, one of our guys had a suit breach, and it released to some kind of super mold, and it killed them all. Whoops.
Well, to be
And
perfectly
anybody
fair, they already tried that.
Really?
Yeah, like there's no sickness that they can give to these people because they're pretty much naturally immune to all poisons, toxins, and chemicals.
You're telling me we couldn't bioengineer something?
No.
Okay.
Again, space
Counterpoint.
magic bullshit.
You're telling me we couldn't gas them and then sell it to the media, who will never be there anyway, because we own the planet now, that it was, in fact, a virus.
Again,
So
Why do we even
couldn't-
have to?
couldn't do that either because the atmosphere,
Right.
number one, is poisonous.
To us, not to them.
So
So-
already their biology is like any type of gas chemical that is normally poisonous to us, we can't figure to be poisonous to them. They can breathe both
ignoring
oxygen, hydrogen, methane.
I mean, so can we,
Goddamn.
but in different mixes. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Have
But
we
at the
tried
same time,
introducing alcohol into their society?
Already have it.
so
I'm sorry.
throwing
I'm
everything
falling
at the
back on
wall.
old tricks now.
All
Well,
right,
that's what
so
I mean. Like
throwing
the
every-
actual synopsis of their first exploration with the people is that, like, their study with them, with the initial scientists, basically determined that these people are that they don't function like humans in any way, shape, or form. Even though they have a somewhat mirror culture, they are just naturally built to be more capable of survival.
So a couple of different thoughts. I'm going to assume in this case, we discovered the Navi before we discovered the room temperature superconductor, and so
Yes.
knowledge of aliens made it back first.
Correct.
Okay. So that rules out the idea of just wiping them out and saying they never existed. This
Mhm.
isn't something that could be a black project. Okay.
It
I will
was,
give
it
them
was
that.
science to begin with.
I will give them that.
Secondarily to that, the Navi project essentially is that the scientists were there first, doing studies and making their conductions, and when it was discovered about the superconductor, specifically government assets then started pouring money into the projects in order to discover how do we get these people to work with us, and if
So
we can't
interestingly-
get them to work with us, how do we get them out of the way?
So interestingly, the RDA is not a national organization.
Nope.
It's a private corporation.
They're a consortium specifically. They are multiple corporations working together in one suit.
Yes, government money is involved though.
Well, yeah, but that's always going to happen with corporations.
Well, I guess more specifically, I should say government interests align with this particular subset. So therefore, with these government interests, they are more involved in the idea that they want to do something very particular.
So
that's what the private contractors are sent out there to accomplish.
So I'm going to say, essentially, this is a non-governmental, yes, they're giving government funding, but it's a non-governmental organization made up that is a consortium composed of multiple smaller companies.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Why? Okay, actually, before I get to that point, I'm also going to assume that the sheer scale of problems on Earth precludes any one nation or any one block of national powers from doing this as a national perspective rather than relying on a corporate third party.
Correct.
This is probably the case.
Okay. Okay. In this extremely contrived confluence of events, fine.
Like that's the thing. Like Avatar is, in a way, well written in its idea, but terrible in its execution.
It is okay. It is well written in the sense that they have perfectly engineered an excuse for a bullshit storm.
Yeah.
I do not care about Adam and Eve in the actual Garden of Eden because that's essentially what the Na'vi are at this point.
Mm-hmm.
The Na'vi are Adam and Eve in the garden, and it's not even so much a snake that has come and started to try and whisper things to them, so much as just humans kicking down the door and then teabagging them.
I can just see like a chibi version of the fucking guy when his mech's like teabagging a fucking dead Navi right now as a meme.
Beautiful.
And somebody
So
has
here's
that
the
as
thing
like a
also.
sticker.
Are you guys aware that the original movie and the trilogy and all the other Avatar projects wasted about God, I forget the amount of actual money, like millions of dollars. They tried to create an all authentic soundtrack for the first movie using alien instruments. They hired professors from around the world. They spent years on this, and then Peter Jackson said no because it was too alien. And he thought audiences wouldn't like it.
What was Peter Jackson doing in this?
Or not Peter Jackson. I forget who actually designed it. Or actually
James
did the
Cameron, maybe?
James Cameron. Sorry, James Cameron. Sorry. All these directors sound alike to me.
Yeah, I could see him putting forth that level of effort and money and then also proceeding to throw it away because he doesn't like it.
Yeah, exactly. 100%.
Like
That's exactly
the
what happened.
problem with him in particular is can make a good movie, but he needs to get out of his own way sometimes because he's like, I have this awesome idea. That sounds like a really awesome idea, dude. Well, now I want to do this other thing. Stop. Just stop. No, you had a good idea. Stop. Do the idea. Shut the fuck up. And this is one of those things where it's like it goes back to that same idea of what I talked about. Your writing isn't that good. You have to understand where your limitations are and where the limits of where you can write is. You have to explore and understand that, but you also have to take the criticism that like sometimes you just go too far and you need to shut the fuck up.
So my understanding is James Cameron has a reputation of generally, if he knows how to do it and he knows most parts of the filmmaking process, he's going to at least try to do it himself first.
Yes.
And I can see that as being a benefit to essentially storyboarding things out and seeing how concepts interact.
Also,
but at the same
he
time,
will spend his own money on it first before he spends
and
the
I
budget.
will, absolute props for that. Because to be honest, that attitude, well, both of those attitudes together are part of the reason why he can build some projects that just other people are not allowed anywhere near.
Well, it's also why he can spend, $1 billion on making a movie and still somehow come out profitable.
Yeah, that would be fascinating from like a financial analysis perspective as a class.
Oh, movie analysis is like there's a whole movie finance course actually that colleges offer because of like how intricate it is to finance a movie.
So I understand what you're referring to, but my immediate thought was I'm going to go through the budget of Sky Captain: The World of Tomorrow and prove that there is no way in hell the studio actually spent as much money on that as they say they did.
hey, Sky Captain: The World of Tomorrow is a fine film.
To be perfectly honest, that would essentially be job of an accountant to either prove that's true or not, and it would be so hard to actually prove to some degree, but it would also be very easy to prove that you probably spent more than that. Because
so the issue is
so many things get roped into the finances of movies.
Well, so I don't know how familiar you are with Sky Captain Tomorrow, especially the budgetary process behind it.
No, and I'm kind of fascinated now that you know what it is.
So essentially, Sky Captain: The World of Tomorrow. Let me actually pull up the actual figure so I'm looking at it correctly.
God, this is going to be such a bizarre stream for somebody to look back at in like 5 years and be like, "What the fuck were these guys doing?"
Yeah.
Right.
So box office gross was 58 million. Allegedly, its budget was 70 million.
70 billion?
7 million. 70 million. 70 million.
Okay.
Jesus.
7 million
Allegedly.
for an 89 million profit, right?
Yep. Okay, so let me start from the beginning. Their total box office revenue was 58 million. 58 million.
Okay.
Their alleged budget was 70 million. 70 million.
Okay.
They allegedly posted a $12 million loss on this project. Now, it did a lot of very novel stuff with technology at the time.
Now,
essentially,
allow me to say one other thing, though. Budget does not equate expenditure.
No, absolutely.
Because, technically speaking, Marvel films have massive budgets that they allot to them. They don't actually spend all that money.
No, I understand what you mean. However, this is what the reported budget was. Let me get there.
Yep.
Let me get
there. Yeah.
This is what the producing what company was it? Paramount Pictures. Was it Paramount Pictures? Essentially the company that Harvey Weinstein ran. This is
Paramount.
what they reported. Okay, Paramount. They reported to the IRS that this was the amount of money they spent on this project, and thus they posted a $12 million loss and should get a tax reduction for it.
Yeah.
That is what I'm saying.
Okay. So when you budget out a particular subset for a project, You don't necessarily need to prove that you spent all the money.
True.
That is a loophole in movie making, actually, as to how to make tax write-offs.
Yeah, Hollywood accounting. But there's a point to this, I promise you.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, Kerry Conran, who was the production designer and the brother of the director at the time, their estimate for the amount of money they were handed and what they spent on it comes down to under $20 million. Now, I understand marketing is a huge thing, and that's an additional cost that doesn't go into that.
But it does go into the budget figure.
But how in the hell do you go from $20 million to spending a reported $70 million on a project like this?
Marketing and merchandise.
There was basically no merchandising. There was a lot of marketing.
No.
There was basically...
Merchandising does not mean necessarily that you sell a product.
Mm-hmm.
It can mean anything from pitching a product. So
the
whole idea of like somebody saying like, oh, well, they just spent it on probably hookers and blow. That's not too far from the truth, but they probably wrote it off as marketing and or merchandising.
No, I understand what you mean, but again, there was never even really an attempt to create something as like a physical merchandise beyond the actual product that was pitched. And this was a pitch that was done entirely in-house by these two dudes, and then they took it to someone and then got a budget behind it. This wasn't something a studio tried to do exploratory stuff for.
Mm-hmm. No. That's the thing. It's like...
This is essentially a home movie that got a budget thrown behind it.
Well, and that's the thing is like... The part you have to understand is that, like, part of what also is getting paid is people's salaries.
Yes, but that is included in the budget figure.
And that is included in the budget figure. So
no, not the 70 million budget. That is included in the 20 million budget.
Yes and no. Because it depends on who's getting paid.
According to the actual filings, the crew and cast
received 20
paid out of that. No, they were paid out of that section. When you go through and you look at what each individual person was paid and how it was diverted to the various agents throughout Hollywood, they still fall within, when added together, within that $20 million frame. Even if you double it to 40 and then you add an additional 20 million for marketing, that's still only 60.
I understand that.
Hey guys,
but more...
I'm gonna have to go on out.
All right.
Good night, though.
You have a good night.
All right, have a good one, man.
What I'm particularly saying in this case is more than likely somebody was paid outside of the budget who isn't reported on that budget. Out of the actors and marketing or whoever. There's somebody else who got paid.
Yeah.
With
to
a proportion
of $30 million.
Exactly. And more than likely, who that is an executive.
Yes, and that is my argument.
Which
is that this was not a legitimate business transaction in this case. This was essentially, they used this movie in order to pass off a bribe somewhere else.
More than likely. But again, that's Hollywood financing.
Look, I'm from LA and I'm still fine with burning Hollywood down.
Again, I lived in Jersey and I grew up here in Virginia for the most part, and I've spent some time around the world. Again, I want Hollywood to burn down.
Mm-hmm.
Hollywood is a corrupt mess of pedophiles, moguls, corrupt accountants, and people who are taking advantage of basically laundering money. Which, by the way, movies used to be a big money laundering scheme back in the early, 10s and 20s.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm aware, but essentially what it boils down to is I'm just going to say argument, was me arguing that there is no way this could have been a legitimate thing, and then, from my understanding now, you saying, yeah, no, this absolutely wasn't a legitimate thing, but it was still a known and done thing.
Yeah, well, in a sense, it's still... it still is legitimate. It's just a legitimacy that people would disagree with. And should you actually be able to get it under the scrutiny of law, the law would still have a hard time proving that it is an illegal transaction. Because technically speaking, they can't really say that it is.
Yeah, but we have the IRS for you and me, but not for this, clearly.
Well, no, because the IRS applies differently to organizations and movies and
You
or
understand what I'm saying.
projects. Yeah, it's just one of those things with our tax code that's just unequivocally corrupt, because we essentially let businesses, after the point of once we started trust busting them, they got smart to it and decided to do something a bit different.
Mm-hmm.
And so now they work within the tax system to create their own loopholes to get around these kinds of problems. And they're not even really, not, I wouldn't call them problems. They just try to get around the tax code. Because if you can avoid paying the government money and say it's better for you that I have more money because I can make more money and therefore you can get more money. And if you can make the government believe that, then they'll leave you alone.
Mm-hmm. No, I understand what you mean.
It's still stupid.
Yeah. Brief question. How much longer are you going to be around tonight?
I don't know.
Okay. Because I was going to go get food and then come back.
I'm alive and still here, and I have the power of God and anime on my side.
All right. Well, and now you have patriotic pictures from the Republic of China.
Okay.
Look, I went to the Chiang Kai-shek Memorial and I went to the Sun Yat-sen Memorial, so I've been to both.
Indeed, indeed. Well, you know what? I'll switch over to head into YouTube's, and we could talk about what's going to happen in the YouTube's field. It just turned into a writer's room. Whoop, whoop.
Yeah. Where was I going with this? Ah, shit, I had something I was going to say.
Switch over the screen to writer's room. Now, everybody can enjoy.
All right, I'm going to hop off for a bit and go get food. Back in a bit.
Back on the beach. I'll see you in a moment. In the meantime, for the rest of everybody out there, I am also going to be back in a second. I'm going to grab a snack myself, and we'll be back with some writer's room in about 30 minutes. See you soon.
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons systems online, all systems normal.
Hey, we're back. We're here. We're in the writer's room. We're having a good time. We're doing our thing. I need to move this over to another screen so I can see it.
Ooh, I can go get alcohol.
There you go. There you go.
I just realized I still have 2 highballs in the fridge from, honestly, like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I should probably drink those.
That is probably a good idea.
Like, I grabbed enough food for, like, now and then dinner, so I don't need to drive again tonight.
Well, yeah.
Alright, so there we are.
Alright, so let's just dip into some YouTube nonsense. I got Memology 102 here. We really would have pushed the envelope.
Oh boy. Well, throw up stream on your side so I can watch it.
Yes, that would be an apt thing to do, so you could actually see what's going on. Hey, can you see what's going on?
One sec. If I can press the button correctly. Yes, I can see what's going on. I mean, I can always react to a blank screen. Wouldn't be the first time, but still.
It's not the fucking point, you jackass.
I know, but it amuses me. Also,
I have an eclectic mix of shit in my fucking YouTube.
oh, the last of Truth. Ah, God, Injustice 2 was great. Like, I'm not really into fighting games, but I really liked Injustice, and I'm waiting for the 3rd one. Come on, NetherRealm. I don't care about Mortal Kombat.
The Dirty Harry. The Defense Attorney. The Big Game Hunter.
Look, I like 10
Carry.
mil, but mostly just because I'm me.
The Landowner. The First Mate. The Dirty Harry.
Yeah, fair enough. I just like 10 mil. I think it's neat.
Alright, let's get some memes. This palate cleanser.
Oh boy.
My name is China Tai. I'm a 2019 UC Riverside graduate. I majored in sustainability studies and grew interested in community-led climate advocacy.
A few minutes later.
And a public-private partnership that's harnessing the nature of our ability to do what this young woman in China did.
Oh no.
You know, I always say, and I mean it sincerely.
It's gotta lead him by the hand.
You know,
I didn't
what
know
I
this
want
was
is
an
like
episode of Lost.
I want that meme like it's Lost, but you've heard the term "lost in the sauce," right?
Yeah.
I just want that instead of just lost.
I just want it as a lost in the meme sauce. Just to be the tagline for whenever I do anything with memes, just like I'm lost in the meme sauce.
Fair enough.
I've committed that by 2020, we will have conserved 30% of all the lands and waters the United States has jurisdiction over and simultaneously reduce emissions to blunt climate impact. I've committed that by 2020.
Well, that was a sentence.
Yeah, that was a sentence. That was our President of the United States, people. Enjoy. Did I torture us?
With what? Oh, no. Well, we're committed.
I've done it.
Now, it's bad luck to get a gutter ball on the first frame. So, I think you're a pretty lucky fella. Come on, let's see if we can't pick up that spare.
Okay, Dad, I love you.
I miss you, Dad.
Well, well, well. If it isn't Jim's boy, Melvin, celebrating another birthday trying to bowl a perfect game like his old pops.
Hi, Robbie.
How many years you been doing this anyways? I mean, you must be old enough now to realize your dad was one of the sleaziest, greasiest pieces of shit to ever step foot in this bowling alley, right? I remember he used to blow guys in the bathroom just because he loved cheating on your mom so much. Used to call him Python because no matter what he touched, he always swallowed. You know what I mean, Melvin. Fuck. Oh, shit, Melvin! Didn't that piece of shit dad of yours tell you it's bad luck to roll a gutter ball in the first frame?
What are you talking about?
Oh, fuck!
I mean, we're good with killing him, right?
Who here is responsible for the first frame gutter ball?
This guy right here. Oh, right here. Black and white guy. Right here. He did it.
Ooh, you have unleashed a curse that will be sure to doom all of those in this bowling alley. We are here to turn all of you into our kind, taking you all back to our bowling hell, where we will live for eternity. Unless you bowl a 220
or higher.
I've never bowled over a 110 before. My dad was a good bowler, but I'm not as good as he was.
Silence! Do you reject this challenge? If you decline, we will free you and take everyone else here with us.
I dig that deal. Fuck him.
Okay,
Yep.
I'll do it.
Great! Then let's roll!
Melvin, there's no way you can do this. You're no bowler. I mean, your dad, on the other hand, though he was a raging alcoholic, and he didn't care about a single soul other than himself, but he was a great bowler, at least. That's something that you are not.
Nice gutter ball!
You fucking gutter ball, Melvin! Fuck you!
Oh, did we forget to mention that every time you get a gutter ball, we take one soul to bowling hell?
Yeah, it's hard seeing his name. I mean, I seen your dad kick a dog to death in the alley right out back. No, I'm serious. Right out that door. That black stain on the ground isn't oil. It's old, dry dog blood. Anyway, try tucking your elbow in and loosen up, buddy. Try having fun out there. All right. Hey, Patty, you got a cigarette?
I'm still good with killing him.
Oh, fuck! We're all gonna die! Just hit a pin, you monster! Just one pin! One pin, damn you!
Melvin, your dad would be so disappointed in you right now. Your dog-killing, borderline pedophilic father that you are blood related to would be so disappointed.
Hey, poopface, that's what—
I have to go to the bathroom! You could just slip out the back right now, yeah? Yeah, I'd never see these disgusting pukes again. And that fucking idiot saying those bad things about Dad. He could be silenced right now by me leaving. You know what? Fuck this! I'm doing it! I don't give a fuck! I'm leaving! Melvin.
Daddy?
What? No.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that.
I've been seeing you come here and bowl for many years, Melvin. Ever since you were young with your father. Your father's choices don't define you as a person. You are not your father. You're not the man he is, and you're not the bowler he is. But that's okay. You're a good man, Melvin. For that reason, I want you to bowl with me. Let's save this bowling alley together. Yeah, anyway, so that kid's dad would do blow and suck cock in the bathroom for hours. Just for the thrill of cheating on his wife. Hey, what the fuck do you know?
Everyone gets a little lucky. Keep bowling!
My God. The kid's got his old man in him after all. Jesus Christ, kid, get the hell out of here! Run while you still can!
All we need is a spare and the curse is broken.
I'm so proud of you, Melvin. I'm gonna miss you, Mr. Bowling Ball. I'll always be here, Melvin. When you... Hold on! Wait, Melvin! Is that ball even legal?
Huh? What? Ah, betrayed by our own kind!
Technically, it's not breaking the rules. The ball is the right size and weight.
It's a sit-in ball that can... You know what? God damn it! No! No more help! Now roll!
Why would you tell them that? We're gonna die now, Robbie! This kid can't bowl!
Sorry, Melvin. Just want this to be a nice, clean game. Something your father didn't do. Pretty sure that guy cheated left and right. I'm almost positive of it.
Melvin can't bowl. Can't do it. Come on, Melvin, you got this. Come on, Melvin. Don't let him get your head, Melvin. You got this. Let's go, Melvin! I really don't want to die, so let's fucking go!
And I mean, his dad would do just about anything if you gave him $2. I mean, fucking anything. He had the tongue of an old hound dog. I mean, he'd be sitting there barking for hours, just a little...
Daddy, that's not Mommy.
It's no perfect game like your old man, Melvin. May his soul rot in hell. But it'll do, kid. It'll do.
Could you at least just take this fucking asshole away from me?
Hey! What the hell? He bowled a 223! The curse is broken! Melvin! Melvin, what did you say to them? Melvin, you're just like your father, you little bastard! You hear me? You're just like your father! No!
Melvin, is that you? God, it's so dark in here. Melvin, what are you doing, man? Come on. Melvin! Don't roll a strike, Melvin, for the love of God!
Well, that was unhinged. God, Meat Canyon, you know how to make some animation. Did you like fall asleep on me there?
No, it's just I don't really have anything to say.
It's just unhinged.
No, I feel the urge to stab someone. Potentially you, but moving on.
Well, to be fair, that's fair. Let's see. Let's find something interesting. Can't really go to Spender Plank's videos because those are way too long. And I've watched them all. But they were really good. Let's see. Let's see.
Let me try and pull some things up.
Nope, I'm up to date on Freedom, dude.
I mean, they have good stuff in addition to the stuff I made you suffer through.
This is true. But oh look, unhinged things.
Hand holding.
Look, there are rooms written along the side. Maybe there's a clue. That's it. I see rooms.
This has been the Black Plague of game design for the better part of the last... Well, actually, I'm not sure how long. But something that I've noticed as I've gone back to play older games is that somewhere between the 90s and now, games have gone from letting you ride in the front seat with no seatbelt, ready to fly through that window at any time, to developers putting you on a leash and walking you through games like their goodest little gimp. Play a Ubisoft game now and you'll have 3 neon signs, 2 smoke signals, 10 HUD elements, and a chemtrail pointing towards every objective so aggressively that even goddamn Ray Charles can see it from the grave. Furthermore, then you'll have games like God of War, where boy won't shut the fuck up, or Horizon Forbidden West, where you mumble to yourself like a schizophrenic. Traversal paths are now splooged all over with yellow paint, and many AAA games are designed like bowling alleys to make sure that you can't wander off in the Walmart, get lost, and start crying to strangers that your neglectful mother let you mosey off while she was comparing wine bottles. And you aren't allowed to do that, because if you did that, you might just become unhappy, and unhappiness leads to not playing the game. Then you might not buy the 10 sequels. Take the pill! It's an antipsychotic to deal with Atreus'
Look,
It'll make you happy. Be happy. Be happy. Be happy. Be happy. Be happy. Be happy. You get what I'm saying here, Bill? No, that's alright. The point is...
You know, it's funny. That particular game that has the joy pills in it wasn't a very good game to begin with. It just didn't go out very well.
Oh.
Also, what the fuck did somebody just send me?
That was me.
No, it was somebody else. Somebody sent me crypto bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
Ignore.
I keep getting hit up with that a lot.
Yeah, that seems to be the new one now. Instead of Steam scams, they're now going for crypto bullshit.
Is this aversion to making the player uncomfortable or making them think because they might think wrong and give up? Is taking away a major reason for why I play video games? I'm just looking for a fix. A little dime bag of that mental challenge that makes me wonder, how do I get out of this padded room you've put me in so that I can get that biblical flood of that happy joy juices flowing through my brain? Please stop smoothing out the edges. Please give me conflict. Please make me think. Or, and this is where the curveball comes in, just my brothers in Christ just turn the game into an all-out shit show of action, and you can disregard everything I just said and take my heavenly shekels, because at the end of the day, all I'm looking for is fun. Stimulating
really
my mind and nuts by making me think is fun. Carnage is also fun. With that being said, System Shock manages to do both, which is why we're goddamn here. JFJ, you son of a bitch!
Oh, there was a point to this rant.
It's just the way you long. You know what it takes to make a game with classic game design in the year 2023? It takes brass balls. The System Shock remake is 30 hours of one of the most engaging RPGs I've ever played. And not because there were 20 classes to pick from, nor a rainbow of gear ass blasting into my backpack for those 30 hours, but rather because they just put me on a ship and kept giving me wedgies every time I did something wrong. And I did many things wrong. There were no giant arrows guiding me to every objective, nor neon signs, nor smoke signals, nor prepubescent walking spoilers, or even a goddamn quest log. Just a lot of reading, a lot of listening, and a lot of thinking, pimps. Which is why I will issue this declaration right now. This game is not going to be for all of you, because it is simply unafraid of throwing you into the flames and letting you find the log that tells you where the fire extinguisher is, or pepper spray your eyes and let you find the milk, or kick you in the dick and let you find the ice bag. Choose whichever analogy you prefer. It was founded off of forcing you to fail your way to finding each piece of the puzzle, and many times it's only to discover these pieces aren't even from the same set. System Shock is a game built upon what I refer to as classic game design, which I could attempt to give a simple explanation of, but where's the fun in that? You're gonna find out much faster if I just take you into the field. Come with me, pimp! See this right here? Spoiler alert, by the way, pimps, run if you are so inclined. This number will mean nothing to you in the first few hours of the game, but by the final ones, it's the first part of a number sequence that unlocks the pearly gates to the end game. Don't worry, you will not write it down, and you will be traveling through 6 levels for 30 minutes in the end game to find them all again. Classic game design. Oh, I'm sorry, you're not impressed? One time I walked into a room, grabbed a memo, slapped a button, and nuked 90% of the Earth's population, forcing a game over. Does that tickle your pages? One time I walked up to a room only to have it turn on me and go, I will kill you. And another time I walked into the whole fucking hive nest and had 1,000 of them go, I will kill you. Does that do it for you? Classic game design. Throw a grenade and the door shuts? Classic game design. Shoot a plasma disc shooter and have it bounce all around the room before thunking me right in the brow? Classic game design. Walk into the floor spawner and it takes you to the Robo Sex Dungeon dimension? Classic game design. Walk into a high radiation area before you need to and keep dying over and over again until you realize this might just be somewhere that you shouldn't be right now? Classic game design. Need to get into this bunker to get the final input for that pearly gate I told you about earlier? Looks like a retinal scan unlocks it. Logically, what unlocks a retinal lock? Retinas. So go scour through this entire level for a loose head that does not have a fucking freckle different from the other heads, and wham bam, this is the linchpin to the entire endgame. I guess about 10% of people make it past this, pimps. Classic game design. Anyways, you get the goddamn point. This game wants you to die in the pursuit of accomplishing the main story, because that's how they get you addicted to the pain this game provides. I'm so glad that Dark Souls could inspire their gameplay loop. And speaking of which, hell, I didn't even get all the weapons. I couldn't even find where the hell the grenade launcher was, and you bet your bottom bitch there wasn't even a gust of wind that blew me in the right direction. Classic game design, pimps. I love it! And I can't move on without saying there's a part to this game where you have to beat this chess puzzle here, and sure, is it set up for a 2-move win? Of course. But who gives a shit? I purposely died and played the full board like a man, and then I sat here for 2 hours painstakingly save scumming as I tried every last maneuver against the AI menace, and when I won, it was like I just drove by Krispy Kreme when the light was on. Damn near divine recompense, pimp. And you think I used a single auto-solver probe on any hacking puzzle either? Hell no! Now are they level 3 puzzles? No. But as long as I have you here, let me tell you about the rabbits, Lenny. The combat in this game is solid. I won't say it's below average, nor above, just solid. Melee does feel pretty awful and impactless, but once you zap a head off for the first time, you feel where all the love went. The firearms, God bless. Now, although I am salty that the assault rifle model isn't a stockless AK as advertised in the original, they do make up for it by the sheer variety of lead and laser shooters provided. And I'll just cut to the quick. My 2 favorite guns are the shotgun and the Magnum, because these things blast through surfaces harder than the Kool-Aid Man. Additionally, they shake my balls and rattle my teeth in just the right way. And an honorable mention to the drum mag variant of the SMG. Now, to shift topics for a second, System Shock may be a neglectful mother, but it is still the creator of many things. And I'm not talking about the ImSim genre. I'm talking about leanin', bitch! Lean! That's all I had to say. And another thing, the gore in this game is fantastic. Somehow my heavy pistol can cut people in half. It was when I saw this shit right here that I knew I was going to recommend this game. Now to rattle off some of my gripes, I was gonna whinge on about the gamer glow being too strong on the puzzles, but upon looking through the footage again, the ruling on the field is that I was just being a little bitch. Next, the cyber realm is a step above Watch Dogs in that at least you have to do something in this game, but you're not exactly cracking the cryptex either. It's just kind of meh to me, you know? But you know what's not meh? You know what does piss me off? The final boss. After an entire game of getting kicked in the cock and balls, relentlessly solving problems and spending countless hours making it through the game's trials, it's almost like the big punchline to this giant joke is how bad and easy the final boss is. Just so you know where my headspace was at going into the final boss fight, my headcanon was that I'm the opposite of Ryan Gosling from Blade Runner 2, and that I'm here to free mankind of the sentient VTuber, not fuck it. So I went full out commando, gearing myself up to the gills for that final encounter. I saved up all my railgun ammo, 14 prox mines, all the plasma discs, hundreds of rounds of regular ammunition. Boy, I was ready. I was raring to be let at that bitch, only to discover that the final boss doesn't let you have any access to your inventory, and you are shooting an awful pea shooter at her simps in the Matrix realm, and she is just a giant tornado that you shoot golf balls at. Catfished again, pimps! And would you look at that, there aren't even any stakes either because they put infinite respawns into this final boss fight. It's like they uploaded the first draft of the prototype instead of the final goddamn version. This is the worst boss fight I think I may have seen in any game ever. I regret being a member of the 5%. Let me see if I can backtrack my way to a good ending.
I will kill you, G.I.
Better
All right, then.
Many thanks to the flock of pimps for funding this video, and a huge thanks to all the pipperers. You guys bought me the time to drop 30 hours backtracking through this game, so I appreciate you. Alright, bye, pimps.
All right, well, I sent you a couple things.
Yep. We're gonna explore these one by one, top to bottom. First up on the list.
In the heart of the Central American jungle, a team of elite commandos led by Major Alan Dutch Schaefer embarked on a top-secret rescue mission assigned by General Homer Phillips. The team consists of Dutch himself,
This is all
a seasoned and fearless leader known for his
Yep.
tactical expertise and unwavering determination. Mac, a loyal and
Just to
fierce
torment
soldier,
you.
always ready to watch their backs. Billy, an exceptional tracker with instincts like no other. Blaine, a formidable heavy weapons specialist, brought the firepower needed to tackle any threat. Poncho, a demolitions expert, who could turn any obstacle into dust. Hawkins, a witty and skilled communications officer, who kept them connected in the field. And finally, Dylan, an old friend of Dutch and former comrade in arms. As they ventured deeper into the dense jungle, they discovered a series of brutal killings and strange markings, hinting at something far more sinister lurking in the shadows. During their search for the hostages, Dutch and his team stumbled upon a heavily guarded enemy base camp. Unbeknownst to them, Dylan had concealed ulterior motives, aimed at obtaining classified intelligence. It was within the confines of this fortified stronghold that they found themselves face to face not only with enemy soldiers, but also with a formidable female guerrilla fighter named Anna. Dylan seized the opportunity to capture her to extract information and gaining leverage. After eliminating the soldiers, Dutch and his team found themselves facing an unprecedented adversary, the Predator, an extraterrestrial creature. Dutch and his team desperately fight back against this seemingly unstoppable predator. But the creature is highly advanced and possesses technology beyond their wildest imagination. Dutch discovers that the creature hunts for sport and uses thermal imaging to track its targets. Having been separated from Anna during the chaotic battles, Dutch, now the sole survivor, uses his ingenuity and resourcefulness to turn the tables on the predator. He sets up an intricate trap, using mud to mask his body heat, rendering him invisible to the creature's thermal vision. During their brutal clash, the creature removed its mask, unveiling its true face. The sight of the predator's alien features left Dutch in a state of awe mixed with horror. Both warriors fought with relentless determination, showcasing their strength and resilience in a brutal hand-to-hand battle. Finally, Dutch gains the upper hand and managed to defeat the predator. As the creature lies defeated, it triggered a self-destruct device. He sprinted away from the impending explosion, narrowly evading the devastating impact of its destructive force. Exhausted but alive, Dutch navigated his way back to the designated extraction point, where an awaiting helicopter took him and Anna away from the treacherous jungle.
I just like the concept of Blank as an 80s anime.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
Also, I'm just going to say this. Predator works much better as a movie if you skip the first 90 seconds where it shows that it's an alien.
Yeah.
Is that pizza? Save me a slice, squad.
What? I am excited for this game.
It's been a long while since the
just
Aliens
came out.
franchise has come close to touching a strategy or a tactics
Oh,
game.
it is downloading
I don't want to
now?
say it was because AVP Extinction was
I
torture,
just finished,
but
actually.
it
I'll
was
play it
definitely
later.
undercooked. So now it has a brand new tactics game from the developer of
Don't worry, I'm
Battletech
streaming the
IP.
server.
I didn't realize that until after I beat it, so that was a shock. It's not too often I do a video about a brand new game right at launch. But the idea of a real-time Aliens XCOM mashup thing, I was fascinated enough to get the review copy for launch. I didn't know what to expect for better or worse because, again, my baseline is Extinction. Alright, so here's what this is all about. The story takes place about 20 years after the studio bar fight that was Alien 3. The remote moon of Leafy has been colonized by Weyland-Yutani. It's not much of a concern to the company, and shady deals like smuggling happen there all the time. You play as the deputy administrator of the orbital shipping station, Maiko Hayes. She's an idealist at heart, hoping to climb the corporate ladder the correct way, which is hard when her direct boss is a human grease tray who's facilitating all the shady deals. It makes it no wonder that Customs misses the latest and greatest threat to agriculture, which may have been intentionally unleashed on the station, but your boss isn't part of that. The xenomorph does its thing, the station goes to hell, and Hayes activates the Cerberus protocol, which is a network of satellites which will flechette down any ship attempting to enter or leave the planet. In true way you fashion it can't mark a clean ship, it just burns down everything. Hayes is rescued by a group of Marines that were already on the station, led by Sergeant Harper, a man who is extremely prone to migraines and will only get worse now that his ship, the Otago, has been knocked out of orbit. All command staff are dead, communication is cut off with the rest of the colony, and now everything is up to them. They have to scavenge for supplies and survivors, make a plan to escape, and figure out how all of this happened. The story is not a simple framework for something more freeform either. The missions are all directly plot-driven, and there are lots of cutscenes and a ton of journal entries to find. It is punching above its weight on that angle, which is good, but the tutorial for the game tries to showcase that, and it is slow and rough. It does have a lot of mechanics to teach you, which is justified, but you'll be stopped constantly for little conversations or to watch the alien come out, and stuff that just makes it feel sluggish. What's happening in the story is interesting, but on the gameplay side, it is a bad first impression. The good news is, this isn't reflective of the game as a whole, and the first mission after this is really what you're in for. This is also a game with a few customizable difficulty settings, and it is fun to go back and replay it for a harder challenge, which does make it annoying that there's currently no option to skip the tutorial on replay. It's not terrible, but it doesn't get better the second time. I mean, the entire appeal is role-playing as Lieutenant Gorman, sending your Marines in and trying to get them out alive. There are some missions that break away from that, but this is 95% of your time. So that said, let's move on to the graphics. When it comes to these kinds of games, I don't have huge expectations for pure visual quality, but the sheer amount of detail combined with how massive these maps can be make it one of the most impressive I've seen. You can zoom out to a bird's eye view or be directly above your squad, and visually, neither of those look incorrect. Every room is packed with all kinds of objects and debris, which is already great on its own, but it also helps to give that extra level of paranoia since not every threat will immediately show up on your motion tracker. There could be an egg behind a barrel or a warrior crunched up in stasis anywhere. Your squad moves as a single unit, and a big part of the game is sweeping an area with your flashlight. It'll automatically select the nearest marine to do this, and beyond showing where the gene muggers might be hiding, it'll also highlight interactable objects, which you can eyeball, but this does help. Because some maps can have near pitch black sections, which is already hairy to navigate in, but much worse fighting in. So you do have tools to brighten things up. Even when it's not pitch black, it's still a shadowed and foggy world. Most of the environments are oppressively industrial, which is very faithful to the setting. There's still a good amount of variety inside of that, like a high-tech space station isn't going to look the same as a colonial slaughterhouse. Plus, the maps being large and having multiple layers means you can see all kinds of things inside the same mission. You could start out in the wetlands, or in the middle of a blizzard, but who knows what lies beneath. There's a fantastic sense of scale, and all the environments actually feel lived in. It's pretty cool that the game can have this massive backdrop of a spaceship, but it can scale down to show a man who died reaching for pizza. Like, you can see the slices in the box. It's that level of detail uncompromised on maps like these. And
That's
again,
dope.
layered maps like these. Some of them are more intricate than the ones from the role-playing game. Nothing here was randomly generated, these are designed, and you can feel that. With that kind of scale, I did have some graphical slowdown at points, which didn't surprise me, but your mileage may vary. Sometimes areas can look too washed out, but overall it does an excellent job at capturing the atmosphere that it should. Moody.
This has a very Wasteland 3 kind of vibe to me, but like
Oh, yeah,
basically
absolutely.
set in aliens. And don't get me wrong, that's what I want to see in an isometric RPG like this.
I was about to say, Wasteland 3, okay, admittedly there hasn't been much competition in the way of isometric RPGs lately, but it was definitely one of the, I'm going to say, top 3 isometric RPGs in the last 10 years.
For sure. And I just re-downloaded it recently to be able to play it again, because it's on my list of games to replay.
That soundtrack, man.
Ooh, yeah.
Have you played it with the DLC by chance?
Yes, but we haven't gotten through the DLC.
Okay, I have a love-hate relationship with the nuclear reactor one.
Interesting. Yeah, I built a tank character that is literally unkillable.
Nice.
So unkillable that we went to an area with like enemies that were 10 levels above us, and they physically could not do enough damage.
Ooh, nice.
To crack my armor.
Mysterious, and a chance of horrors around any corner. Your loyal troops bring most of the light, and will have to hold out until the disorders kick in. The actual character models are alright, so I'm in the same headspace as Alien Isolation, where I don't mind the character fidelity as long as it trades off for the atmosphere. That can be tricky to pull off in a top-down game, but here, they succeed. It's also backed up by...
Well, again, it comes down to you don't need high fidelity, but you need clean fidelity. And I think this is where a lot of game designers are missing the point. Is we don't want high fidelity, we want clean fidelity.
Like, I will take a medium quality game that is consistent the whole way through over a high quality that's patchy.
Yeah. At the end of the day, like, I really don't care about the graphics that much. I want clean graphics. I don't want you to give me bullshit, but I want you to give me clean graphics or stylized graphics if you can do it. But again, not everybody can do stylized graphics. I completely understand that.
I have a love-hate relationship with stylized graphics.
Again, it works for some presentations, but like, you have to make it work for your presentation. If you're doing something that's realistic, you can't use stylized graphics unless you're doing something like Borderlands.
Yeah, like the more absurdist stuff.
Yeah, but again, stylization comes with absurdity. If you're going to give me absurdity, then go that direction. If you're not going to give me absurdity, give me clean graphics. Unless what you're going to give me is a 2D animated but 3D playable game. And there are a few of those, and they're very hard to pull off, but if you can do it, they're amazing.
As a side note for later, so in Exile, the guys who did Wasteland 3, they've got a first-person RPG on the way.
Interesting.
It's called Clockwork Revolution, I think. Before we go to the next video, we can pull it up. It's just a trailer right now.
Some solid sound design. All the movie effects you'd expect to be authentic, like the motion tracker and pulse rifle, those are all there. The environmental effects can also be great, like thudding machinery and loud, clunky computers processing, but the weather effects like howling winds and rain is definitely a standout. The ambience is strong enough that the music is very subdued a lot of the time. You might get some creeping strings or some drum beats, but it's mainly more noise to add tension. It only starts to ramp up during combat, but it's still never bombastic.
Incoming! Come on, team! Hurry up, you slugs!
They lost your track, squad. Good job.
Ooh, that's some good rain noise.
Oh, yeah.
Quiet. It didn't see us.
Cut that door open!
Open up, Sesame.
For the most part, the music being low in the mix is fine for what the game is going for. Even in combat, since that'll be drowned out by gunfire and Marines yelling.
We got our scent! Look alive! Suppressive fire!
Come and get it! I'm ready!
Music being a quieter accent is fine for the main gameplay, but is noticeably weird aboard the Atago. This is where you do all your troop management, and sometimes it feels like being in a void. Like, you've just come back from an absolute shit show of a mission. You barely pulled it off, but you accomplished the mission, and this is what's waiting for you.
This really does look like XCOM.
I'm not saying it needs to be a parade, but it makes the Otago feel weirdly empty.
Alright. This is gonna probably be a weird take. I like when my menus are quiet.
I'll say that for interfaces, but it's more a matter of, I'm going to kind of strike a middle ground here. If you're going to have home base be an environment, it should have a sound where it's lived in sort of deal, but you can make that sound disappear as people go into the menus.
Correct. However, I personally, when I'm working on adjusting numbers and other things like that, I hate being distracted by soundtracks. That's why most of the time I turn off like menu noise.
Yeah. My one exception to that is High Fleet, because High Fleet, especially in the older version, made it sound like you were working in like a Middle East chop shop.
I remember you mentioning that. Yeah.
You can't do that when you're trying to invoke the XCOM deployment menu.
Yeah, I can see that.
We can be a little more gung-ho about shooting aliens. Jesus, no wonder the squad leader's depressed. I don't know, I feel like getting hyped up before getting your ass kicked is very in the spirit of Aliens. There are plenty of tense, foreboding tracks in the franchise to draw from, but as is, Otago management feels very barren.
I think maybe that's just a part that they just neglected because they couldn't find the right thing for it.
The voice acting can also be a bit all over the place. The main cast is solid, and most of the Marines give a good delivery.
Hey man, if that ever happens to me, just shoot me, okay?
They'll get doused with acid and scream their head off, and that's all great. There are some lines that are more flat, but the worst of them are when they try to quote the movie. It almost seems like the voice actors themselves hated it so much they started doing it ironically.
Game over, man! Game over! Those things are handy for close encounters.
Fighting these beasts with shovels, harsh language, and pickaxes.
This isn't just in-game callouts either, like there's a part here where Hayes and Harper get into a fight, and I am interested in what's happening, and then...
Well, congratulations, Hayes. When it comes to badass, you're state-of-the-art.
I just find this shit so distracting. And
to be fair, they wanted to sell nostalgia. Probably while they were filming this or recording it. People were saying it all the time. And it got really annoying really quick.
I could see that. Ultimately, it's going to have to be how the game comes down.
And I don't mean to be no fun allowed who doesn't like quoting aliens sometimes, but it happened enough here that it became worth bringing up. Because if the game is already this detailed, faithful recreation of the movie's setting, I assume they like the movie. It comes off as being desperate when it doesn't need to do this. The game is going off in its own direction and story, so those constant callbacks start pulling me back out of it. It's still not as bad or desperate as Colonial Marines, which also had the Sharp Sticks pre-order item. You know, as referenced by Hudson in the movie.
We got nukes, we got knives, sharp sticks.
I'm just shocked they didn't include Apone's harsh language sonic gun.
Wait, that's real?
It's not a huge deal, but it was jarring enough to bring up. An alien's line here or there in your aliens project is fine, but when it's this often it's mostly obnoxious. Mostly. I do give a pass to Let's Rock because that at least sounds natural.
Oh, fuck you, Mandalore.
He gets a pass.
I just realized what he did.
That's so polite. On the gameplay side, it clearly does take inspiration from the RPG, though obviously more combat-focused, but the core of the game revolves around risk. From the moment you're deploying your first Marines, they have personality traits, and of course, none of them are good. They could be higher chances for RNG screw-ups, or flat debuffs like a guy who keeps starting shit when everyone's on their downtime. It turns out not all the Marines joined up for their love of slaying dragons, but were in fact tricked by the recruiter at their high school cafeteria. Others are survivors who can hold a gun, so for now, no...
Let's be fair.
The dragon was badass recruiting commercial.
Yeah, but let's be fair. Most Marines were tricked into doing it because of their
Also, that's the thing. I would actually argue most Marines essentially got dared into it, and that's why they went Marines instead of Army. Like, as much as I like to bag on the Marines quite a bit, they are generally speaking more motivated, more proud sort of deal.
I'll give you that. But like I could see like you got tricked into it by an army recruiter because they dared you to.
No, it's more like the whole dare to be badass thing. That's something the Marine Corps pulls off far better than the Army does when it comes to recruiting.
Oh yeah, but it's just probably like an army recruiter's like, you won't make it in the army. Just go fucking join the Marines. Like,
Exact
all right,
opposite
I
way
will.
No, like exact opposite way around. The Marine Corps dude is going to say you're not going to make it go join the Army, knowing that that type of personality is going to respond to the challenge and stick with the Marines.
I get you. I see. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God I have a heart condition because I totally would have been suckered.
No one is fully committed.
Yep.
Eventually, you could get an attribute to remove the negative trait, but that comes with experience. You can also buy supplies for the deployment, like tools that let you weld doors, repair robots, hack...
To be fair, that always makes sense to me, is that characters should start with negative traits and then you work to get rid of them. Because everybody has flaws, and experience is what teaches you how to get over it.
So I understand what you're saying, but it's one of those areas where gameplay and narrative can kind of clash. Ultimately, it's going to, I would say, if you're going to have a character as like the sort of crutch character early on, they're going to be less flawed and more experienced than the others just by default.
Yeah.
An example would be, what was her name? Jane Kelly, I think, in XCOM 2, where she was your starting ranger.
Well, yeah, but there's a difference between having, like, okay, you have a veteran commander and a bunch of noobs, versus, like, okay, you've got a team of veterans, but you can only recruit noobs into your thing, and you've got to train them up.
Well, that's the difference between conventional and special forces.
Well, yeah.
These guys are conventional.
Gotcha.
computers, and a lot more. You've also got your standard issue first aid kits, and of course, the sentry guns. Ammunition is also an issue, but you can't deploy with extra. Now, you can find all these things throughout the mission, but with the exception of ammo, you can't carry all of it. And going back to how intricate the maps are, supplies can be very spread out. That unknown factor with your supplies is the second layer of uncertainty. Now, while the game has a lot of combat, avoiding unnecessary confrontations is central. When the aliens first realize you're there, they launch a hunt for you. At first the aggression is pretty light, but as the hunt goes on, it starts ticking upwards. Whether you kill them, distract them, or run away, if you can hide out long enough, the hunt will end. But that overall aggression meter stays where it was. As the mission goes on, the attacks become more elaborate and violent. When you hit a new level of aggression, the Hive will launch an onslaught. This gives you about 30 seconds to prepare before the penetration parade arrives. They can also be joined by larger forms like the Praetorian and the Crusher, which actually debuted in Colonial Marines. These are called Class 2 Xenos, and they could be called that because these are the only two types. And for how many forms this franchise has now, that is disappointing. I mean, I'd love to see the Carrier make an HD return. Anyhow, as the mission goes on and the Hive starts screeching louder, the aggression levels will get out of control. Beyond the risk to your squad's health, you also have their stress to manage. You can control it through some squad leader abilities, using a first aid kit to pop pills, or use tools to weld up doors and create a shelter the gang can rest in.
You shall not pass, fuckers.
As your troops get more experienced and brave, they can slow down the onset of stress,
got some
but
motion
stress is a
for
little
you.
demon that compounds misery.
Go ahead
With each new level
drink some
unlocked
water
comes the
there.
negative effects,
And
unless
change
you
your
treat it.
socks.
They can get so scared that their hands shake and they're less accurate. They can be confused or panic and have less points for combat skills, or start ranting and raving, stressing everyone else out. For an extra kick, for each level of stress reached in a mission, even if you heal it, you receive a trauma point, which means you want to mitigate stress early. Because if you don't, the whole squad will roll up with all kinds of new disorders. The squad leader can become much more depressed. Post-mission, you have a medbay to heal the Marines who got too physically injured, and an entire trauma ward, because the sounds of hissing just do not leave at night. You can just throw them back into the fight if you don't mind the smart gunner being borderline, but this all loops back into managing your health, stress, and supplies. Is the mission worth it if the squad will be out of commission for days and unstable after if you don't spend even more? The genius of this game is you can extract at any time. In fact, you're encouraged to do this because the maps are so large and can have so many secondary objectives open up that it expects you to do it in multiple deployments. These are persistent maps. What door you welded or where a
Yes.
broken sentry might be, that all stays. But
Okay,
you have a fresh
that's
squad
amazing.
and unbothered aliens. But it feels like more than one trip for the groceries. We can do it. We don't need a second trip. Oh god, we do on this one.
Okay, this is where I differ from everybody else, I think. I will constantly go back because I hate overextending on missions.
50-50, it depends, but I also understand the
I am
grocery
like the first fucking person to be like, no, we're not doing that. That's an overextension.
No.
Yeah, never send me outside of my operational zone because I don't want to go any further. I will be the first squad leader to complain. No.
You can complain, I'm still gonna take you out there.
You could send me out there all you want. No.
Get on
I'm
the
in
chopper.
field command. Shut the fuck up.
Get on the chopper.
This was 3 trips of suffering. So combat is inevitable, but the game gives you tools to try and avoid it for as long as you can. Your motion tracker is still your first line of defense against
That
faraway
choke point,
threats.
yeah.
From there you can try to avoid it entirely, or sneak around using cover. You can go on the offensive too. A class like the Recon could eventually unlock a suppressed sniper rifle, or use a sentry gun without a squad, which the Hive can break easily, but they won't know the whole squad is around. You can find the awful hidey holes the aliens come out of, and leave a deployable motion tracker as an early warning system. These can also emit a ton of noise before destroying themselves, so they make for a great distraction. Combine that with laying down minefields, or slowing them down by welding off doors. They'll have to break it down like a cat wanting to be let in. You'll unlock all kinds of tools and upgrades as the game goes on, including xenotech, which you get through exploration or risky side objectives like murdering queens. And even the act of killing the queen can expose your troops to hydrofluoric Splash Mountain. Xenotech can give you ways to remove facehuggers, acid-proof armor, but again, each deployment, it's going to cost some resources to use it. And eventually in the campaign, the Cerberus protocol puts a time pressure on you. It is adjustable in the options, but it makes your deployments more cautious, if you do decide to deploy. The game has a ton of ways of stacking pressure, but it makes your choices feel meaningful. And that does range from the bigger campaign event and upgrade choices, down to really small things in combat. For an easy example, your squad has 2 speeds of walking and running. They can only move and shoot if they're walking, so combat seems like a no-brainer here. Find a nice spot to set up a choke point and go nuts. This seems well and good until you realize the aliens can start snatching your guys away. You might not catch him running and shooting, so you can give chase if it's alone and probably get him back. But if you try to do that while the squad is still under attack, you put everyone at risk and can easily be wiped. Sometimes, you've got to make some hard calls. There are humanoid enemies too, which you naturally get worried about when you hear that that's going to be in an alien game. And there are some sections that are just straight up gunfights. They're fine on their own, but not a strength of the game and not what people are coming for. And the developers seem very aware of that. The sound of gunfire, and especially explosions, will attract the aliens. So some fights turn to absolute mosh pits, unless you find a way to get the aliens on them first. Unless they're part of the cult that lives in harmony with the xenomorphs, then you've got problems.
Oh, those fuckers.
You getting tension and problems piled on but still pulling through it is the core of the game, and it's an extremely strong one. Moments like reloading a sentry just in time or moving your APC into the perfect choke point. There's only a dozen missions and some are only 15 to 30 minute affairs, but others can last hours. There's room for all kinds of situations and a lot of replay value. If it seems too high pressure for real time, the game does slow down when you use an ability, but you can change that to be a complete pause if you want to. I did go with slow-mo so I wouldn't be completely off the hook, but the game can be gentler. I did have a lot of fun playing it, but there are some noticeable shortcomings. On the polished side it was mainly good. There might be a visual bug or something not working that would always fix in a load. The biggest danger is the pathfinding, which overall is still pretty great for how large the maps are, but there are certain crates and objects in a few levels where it seems like a marine can get more easily stuck. If you don't notice it, that's a disaster waiting to happen. I'm sure stuff like that will be more polished up, so that's not one of my bigger issues. Having the squad move as one unit is convenient, but you can't separate them out manually, only if they're going to an interactable object or something that's already placed on the map. You can't do something like move a single marine to open a door to have more line of sight for your weapons. I get why they didn't have that level of individual control, but there were times where I did miss it. Speaking of control, there are a few times where you lose it and get cutscene run into an alien hive or something that I would never do on my own, which is extra annoying when you immediately start getting obliterated. It'll usually give you the courtesy of saying a big fight is coming up, but not always. It can also be unclear where the fight will be. Also, the lack of unique alien varieties is still a disappointment. When you're listing the egg, facehugger, and chestburster as 3, that feels like some reaching. There is a pretty cool new one, but it's only a set piece at the very end of the game. They do mix up what they have by giving them different abilities, which does change up how you handle a fight, but not dramatically. I would have liked if they had more variants to really throw a wrench in your plan, or at the very least, more Class 2 forms. Class 2 approaching only meaning a Crusher or a Praetorian is incredibly underwhelming. The game is paced well enough where it doesn't feel stale. My first run I beat in a little over 20 hours. It's still cutting it close, and as much as I'd like for there to be more missions in the future, there'd have to be new aliens. I get he's a big dude, but you're expecting him to carry too much. It also feels bad that the final mission in the game isn't a big final hurrah with your squad, but instead a mission more like the tutorial where it's some pre-established story characters, and not much of the tactics you've been playing the game for. If it was a great story wrap-up, I'm sure I wouldn't care. The game's story has interesting and even some thoughtful elements to it, but doesn't answer them. There are payoffs on the character's side, at least when it comes to Hayes and Harper, but others are picked straight out of the jar.
Okay, I'm gonna actually pause it there because he's going into a lot more of the like actual particulars of the game, and I'm not particularly interested in those parts because I'd rather just play the game to figure that out and make the judgment call for myself.
Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed that there's not, a bigger diversity in Xenos. One of the things I want to do at some point.
It feels like something that they may like get to later.
Well, if they're doing the XCOM route, XCOM brought new aliens in all the time. Well, in like 3 big batches, they brought additional aliens in.
I think it could be a good opportunity for them to like explore that for sure. Which would be really good for the Alien franchise itself.
Yeah. One of the things I want to do after I record my video, and since I have the pop protector now, I literally have no excuse. I'll try next week before I go on vacation. Again, is essentially I want to go through the Xenomorph life cycle as outlined within the Aliens RPG as like an in-universe thing, as a briefing. And then the divergent paths between essentially bipedal and quadrupedal and what comes from that and what circumstances. Well, some of the circumstances, they're not a hard rule.
That'd be very interesting. You'd have to put together some slides and basically make it look like a presentation.
That's basically the idea, is because they're going to be briefings.
I like it. I like it.
I'm going to try and keep them under a certain length, though.
With that, I am going to call it here, though, because I do need to get some rest. Because I do need to work in the morning.
Yeah, definitely. Check out the Clockwork one when you get a chance.
Will do. But to everybody else out there in the world, I hope you enjoyed a little cut of the writer's room. We will see you another time. Bye-bye.
We will. Have a good one.